CBS Home Entertainment представляет. Производство компании Лозирика. Кусочек Линча. Ваш пирог? Спасибо. Приятного аппетита, я подойду через минуту. Грядущего прошлого черный покров. Она мертва, завернута в пленку. Она полна тайн. Я не представляю, куда это нас заведет, но я чувствую, что нас ждет нечто чудесное и странное. Итак, Дикий Эл. Это чертовски странное чувство. Кейл, похоже, ты в самом деле здесь. И Мэджкин. Я тоже здесь. И JW. Я здесь, приятель. Мэджкин. Полное имя Мэджкин звучит как Мэджкин Эмик, но не звучит. Мы все так считали, и я стал звать тебя Мэджкин, но уже не помню, когда именно и почему. Кажется, с самого начала. С самого начала? Да. Мэджкин. Да. Ты сногсшибательно прекрасна. Спасибо. И ты потрясающая актриса. Спасибо. И ты просто прекрасный человек. Спасибо. И ты выглядишь так же хорошо, если не лучше, чем тогда, в «Двойном Р». Тогда я была девчонкой. Я очень рад тебя видеть, Мэджкин. Правда? Я тоже. И Кейл, твое полное имя Кайл Маклахлин, но я зову тебя Кейл. Я помню, почему я стал звать тебя так. Отличная история. Дино де Лаурентис никак не мог произнести имя Кайла, поэтому звал его Кейл. Да. Я тоже стал звать его Кейл, и это приклеилось на долгие-долгие годы. Это правда. JW или Джонни W, твое полное имя Джон Вентворд. Перед съемками «Синего бархата» я получил от Джона письмо. Он хотел стать моим помощником. И это письмо было написано так сухо, правильно и формально. И еще это имя Джон Вентворд. Да, я представил себе такого выпускника колледжа, чистюлю, одетого с иголочки, сияющего, как новый пятак, такого студента-отличника. Это не про Джона. Совсем. Знаете, при галстуке и в костюме. Да. Я взял Джона не глядя. И вот проходит 3 дня, открывается дверь моего офиса, и входит он, JW. Не совсем то, что ты ожидал. Не совсем. Но Джон, знаете, просто супер отличный парень. Он уже много-много лет член нашей семьи. Вы спрашивали, что я помню? У меня был агент. Он до сих пор у меня есть. Хорошо. Тот же самый. Но дальше у нас по коридору работал один парень с телевидения. Тони Кранц. Точно. Тони пошел к Рику Нисити и сказал: «Я хотел бы поговорить с Дэвидом насчет кое-какой работы на ТВ. До этого ты на телевидении не работал?» Никогда. И я совсем не хотел с этим связываться. Тогда я работал с Марком Фростом. Я познакомился с Марком из-за книги «Богиня» о Мэрилин Монро. Мы собирались писать по ней сценарий. Но этот проект не взлетел. Однажды я спросил Марка, нравятся ли ему комедии, на что он ответил: Да. Я спросил, как думаешь, может, напишем комедию? Он опять ответил «да». И так мы с Марком начали работать над одной вещью, которая называлась «Один пузырь слюны». Я помню этот проект. Мы смеялись, как сумасшедшие. Это был смешной сценарий. Да, нам он тоже казался очень смешным. И он почти увидел жизнь. Но потом мы подружились, появился Тони и предложил, как будто так было суждено. Но мы сами до конца этого не знали. Мы собрались в кафе «Дюпар» на бульваре Венчура. Да, классическое заведение. Мы поговорили, как бы прикинули со всех сторон, и начали один проект, который сначала хотели назвать «Северо-западный проход». Да, его действие должно было разворачиваться в Северной Дакоте. Правда? В Северной Дакоте? Да, в Северной Дакоте. С этого все и началось. Мы решили написать такой сценарий. А я в то время часто бывал в Нью-Йорке. Поэтому мы начали работать над сценарием по телефону. Марк был с компьютером на «ты». Поэтому мы попробовали писать по телефону. Это и стало началом. Да. Потом я вернулся в Лос-Анджелес, и мы занялись сценарием уже серьезнее. Начали возникать разные идеи. Мы работали дома у Марка. У него было кресло, которое напоминало мне диванчик, на который психоаналитики укладывают своих пациентов, типа шезлонга. Да. Обитый черной, немного скользкой кожей. Я устраивался на нем, смотрел в потолок и генерировал идеи. Так мы и работали. Писали сценарий. Он пил соевое молоко. Но, кажется, для меня, для моего кофе, он покупал натуральное. Это было очень мило с его стороны. Для кофе натуральное молоко — это главное. Да. Соевое лучше. Ты любишь соевое? Да. Тут я бы поспорил. Это извечный спор. Согласен. Мэчкин любит соевое молоко. Да. Если бы ты зашла к Марку, ты бы оказалась в своей тарелке. Точно. Там все было бы для тебя. А я люблю натуральное молоко, поэтому с Марком мне не так повезло. Приходилось приносить с собой. Так мы и работали, пока однажды вечером, где-то в 9:45, может быть, в 10, мы закончили сценарий пилотной серии. Марк распечатал 2 копии. Когда я вернулся домой, я подумал, прочитаю сейчас сценарий. Сел и прочитал. И тут же позвонил Марку и сказал ему: «Марк, здорово у нас получилось». А он мне ответил: «Я знаю, я сам только что дочитал, очень неплохо». Мы оба были даже как-то удивлены. Я слышал удивление в его голосе, а он слышал, как удивился я. Да. С этого все и началось. Кейл, ты помнишь, как стал специальным агентом Дейлом Купером? Я помню, как ты сказал, что я должен сыграть Дейла Купера. Но еще ты хотел, чтобы Марк высказал свое мнение насчет этой роли. Помню, мы встретились с Марком, познакомились, немного узнали друг друга. Потом, после этой встречи, Марк сказал: «Я не против, чтобы Кайл сыграл эту роль». Помню, я тогда еще подумал, не слишком ли я молод для этого героя. Но потом решил, что это не важно, потому что Дейл Купер мог быть любого возраста. Хотя в глубине души я считал, что он мог бы быть постарше. Нет, Купер обладал острым умом и интуицией. Да. Поэтому не важно, сколько ему лет. Да. Это совершенно не важно. Нужен был именно ты. Да, я не сразу это понял. У нас потом были еще обсуждения. Все-таки такая работа была для меня достаточно в новинку, потому что до этого я почти не работал на ТВ. Когда идешь на телевидение, подписываешь контракт на 4,5 или на 5 лет, я помню, как думал, кажется, изначально они хотели сделать пилот с концовкой, кажется, так это называется, телевизионный фильм. Нет, они сказали, что мы должны сделать европейский финал. Я так помню. Когда я был в Париже, я посмотрел то видео из Твин Пикса с финалом из второго эпизода. Да-да. Я тогда еще подумал, никто в здравом уме не купит такой сюжет для сериала. Он слишком нестандартный. Никто его не поймет, никто не оценит. Поэтому, когда канал ABC и Боб Айгер сказали, что купят первые 6-7 серий, все обрадовались. Боже, это замечательно. Было такое ощущение, как будто психи стали управлять психушкой. Мы верили, что сможем создать что-то невероятное, сумасшедшее. Да, и это было очень здорово. Очень. И ты, Кейл, блестяще поработал. Спасибо. У тебя получился потрясающий агент Дейл Купер. Эта сцена, когда я ехал вверх на холм, была моим самым лучшим вступлением. Что в кино, что на телевидении. Помню, как сидел в машине с парой страниц текста в голове, а меня тащили на тягаче вверх. Было определенное расстояние, за которое надо было успеть отснять сцену, потому что впереди надо было разворачиваться обратно. Мы снимали, и все как будто складывалось. Одно к одному. Странное чувство. Мы отсняли все за пару дублей. Помню, что все получалось как будто само собой. Легко. Достать бумаги, записать обращение к Дайан, вести машину, все это. Все, что ты придумал, было идеально. Идеально. Весь персонаж раскрывался за эту сценку в пару минут. Да. Вот он, Дейл Купер, знакомьтесь. Это лучшее появление на экране, которое у меня было. Это было здорово. Теперь послушаем, что вспомнит Мэчкин. Расскажи, Мэчкин, как ты получила роль Шелли? Знаете, я точно помню, что читала сценарий, сидя в номере отеля, но не помню, как я там оказалась и откуда у меня появился сценарий. Мэчкин, хорошо, что ты не помнишь. Те таблетки все-таки подействовали. Еще как подействовали. Я была еще совсем неопытной. Только приехала из Рино, Невада. У меня были большие надежды. Ты приехала из Рино или уже была здесь? Я была в Лос-Анджелесе всего где-то год. Перед этим. Перед тем, как попасть в сериал. Чем ты занималась этот год и как к тебе попал этот сценарий? Расскажи, как все произошло. Когда мне было 14 лет, я решила стать знаменитой киноактрисой. И ты ею стала. Потом, в течение 2 лет, я планировала, как попаду в Лос-Анджелес, как буду налаживать связи с агентствами. Кто ты по зодиаку? Стрелец. Ты стрелец? Да. Мы всегда добиваемся своего. Значит, ты такая собранная и целеустремленная. Это очень хорошо. Значит, ты решила заниматься этим, когда тебе было 14 лет. Да. Через разные знакомства и связи я постучалась в несколько модельных, рекламных и театральных агентств и уговорила их представлять мои интересы. Прижала их к стенке. На что мне ответили, мол, хорошо, если ты вернешься и будешь освобождена из-под опеки, мы тобой займемся. Я ответила, хорошо. Что значит освобождена из-под опеки? Это значит, что ты идешь в суд, и твои родители пишут отказ от опеки, чтобы ты мог поработать как взрослый. Сколько тебе было лет, когда с тебя сняли опеку? 16. 16. Да, с меня сняли опеку, и я уехала из дома в 16 лет. С благословением родителей, конечно. Но все-таки уехала. И весь тот год я пахала как проклятая. Ходила на все видеопробы, все рекламные, модельные кастинги. Бралась за все, что только попадалось. К концу года мне досталась пара неплохих ролей, которые вроде бы мне подошли. Одна роль была в пилотной серии «Спасателей Малибу», где как раз я снималась, когда познакомилась с тобой. Но в то время... Расскажи про «Спасателей Малибу». Что это? «Спасатели Малибу» были восхитительным сериалом, который шел долгие годы. Красивые люди с красивыми телами в купальниках работают спасателями на пляже. И я понял. Пляжное шоу. Да, пляжное шоу. Кстати, я была единственной не в купальнике. Я играла неуравновешенного подростка. Я пыталась броситься с пирса, потом это переросло в то, что я пыталась убить жену спасателя, который меня вытащил, чтобы занять ее место. Вот это сценарий. Так что да, это была хорошая роль. Довольно сложная. Это было еще до того, как сериал стал тем, чем стал. Но в течение того года, когда я была совсем никому неизвестной актрисой и только нарабатывала опыт, мне часто приходилось играть перед режиссерами кастинга, чтобы агенты могли понять, подходишь ты им или нет, чтобы предложить уже нормальную, реальную работу. Да. И так я попала к Джоанне Рэй. Джоанна просто чудо, правда? Я ее обожаю. Она очень любит актеров. Джоанна вывела в свет огромное количество актеров. Очень многих. Если ей кто-то понравился, она ради него сделает все. Великий человек. Да, она была... На самом деле, я не хотел брать тебя на эту роль, Мэчкин, но она все настаивала и настаивала. Она сыграла огромную роль в моей карьере, и не один раз. Расскажи нам немного про Джоанну. Перед тем, как тебе дают настоящую роль, нужно показать какой-то номер режиссерам по кастингу, которые потом говорят твоему агенту, подходишь ты им или нет. Не помню, кажется, я подготовила сценку из «Жара тела». Я сыграла ее перед Джоанной, и ей так понравилось, она меня так поддерживала, что с этого момента она стала предлагать роли, которые считала подходящими для меня, постоянно знакомила меня с нужными людьми. Так я, в конце концов, познакомилась с тобой. И еще помню, что когда я читал этот сценарий, все в нем было для меня так привычно, комфортно. Я ведь сама родом с северо-запада, и мне это очень знакомо. Еще помню, как после долгого дня съемок на «Спасателях Малибу» я приехала на встречу с тобой. Кажется, я сначала подготовила роль Лары Флинн Бойл. С нами, помнится, был сын Джоанны, Эрик. Он читал роль Нила. А в итоге ты сказал, что мне больше подойдет роль Шелли, наверное. Ну, вот так. Так я и стала Шелли Джонсон, насколько я помню. Здорово, Мэчкин. Да, в пилоте у нее есть моя любимая реплика, которая так шикарно звучит. Какая? Я никогда ее не забуду. Счастливые часы во Франции. Они подъезжают к дому, и мы видим грузовик. Его грузовик. И ты... Дайна Эшбрук, и ты говоришь «назад» или что-то вроде того. И в том, как ты это произносишь, чувствуется неподдельный ужас. Благодаря этому персонаж Эрика получился еще более пугающим. Твоя реакция была настолько натуральной, ощутимой. Я всегда говорил, это прекрасный момент, никогда его не забуду. К слову о том, как ты произносишь мое имя. Ты все повторял и повторял «Мэчкин». И я подумала, надо ему как-то сказать, как правильно произносить. И вот я набралась смелости, подошла к тебе и говорю, знаешь, Дэвид, мое имя произносится как Мэткин. Я знаю, Мэчкин. Я хочу звать тебя Мэчкин. Ну ладно. JW. Да? Расскажи, как ты попал в Твин Пикс. я был знаком до этого с некоторыми не последними людьми, которые были заняты в проекте. Я работал над фильмом под названием «Синий бархат». Это было прекрасное время, но после него возникло затишье, и я подрабатывал здесь и там, работал в рекламе и так далее. И помню, вдруг мне звонишь, кажется, ты позвонил, и говоришь: «Джон, я тут начинаю работать над одним проектом на Северо-Западе. Не хочешь съездить записать к пилотной серии звуковые эффекты?» Я подумал, это отличная мысль. До этого я никогда не занимался звуковыми эффектами, я понятия не имел, как это делается. Естественно, тебе я об этом не сказал. Я прочитал сценарий и подумал, это отличный проект, закинул вещи в свой пикап Oldsmobile и поехал на Северо-Запад. Можно я расскажу историю о том, как ты спас лесопилку? Если мир готов к этому, давай. Думаю, готов. К тому же я уже рассказывал. Я не знаю. Хорошо. Итак, JW отправился туда записывать звуковые эффекты. Кстати, я с самого начала прекрасно знал, что Джей ни разу этим не занимался, но он очень умный парень. И очень смышленый. Смышленый, да. Я видел его там пару раз. Причем его было очень непросто узнать, потому что он всегда был закутан в меха, как какой-то медведь. Голова была в мехах. Я помню ту меховую шапку и огромные варежки. Там было холодно, да. Когда мы снимали пилотную серию, было очень холодно. Там находилась очень живописная лесопилка, которая должна была закрываться, и нам представилась возможность там снимать. JW записывал звуковые эффекты. Он находился в этих лесах совершенно один, в глуши. В это время на лесопилке возникает серьезная проблема. Однажды ребята с лесопилки наткнулись в лесу на JW. Наверное, они подумали, что это снежный человек. Да, снежный человек, на первый взгляд. Но когда он приблизился, они поняли, что это человек. Они разговорились и между делом обмолвились о том, что на лесопилке проблема. Сильно упала мощность. Джон нахмурился и сказал: «Я знаю, о чем вы, потому что я записал этот звук». И он подвел их к трубам, которые прорвало. Так что этим ребятам не пришлось, бог знает сколько дней, ходить и искать место аварии. В общем, он спас лесопилку. Да, спасибо. Молодец, JW. Они даже сделали памятную табличку, где написано: «Ты спас лесопилку». Здорово. Да. А как получилось, что из Северной Дакоты все перенеслось? Как северо-западный проход превратился в Твин Пикс? Название «Северо-западный проход» я уже где-то использовал. Вообще, у нас это было рабочее название. Мы знали, что, скорее всего, название будет другим. Но само сочетание «Твин Пикс» было, кажется, заслугой Марка. А почему Северо-Запад? Я даже не знаю, почему именно он. Но я вырос на Северо-Западе, в тех районах тогда, да и сейчас, леса и их тайны играли очень важную роль. В общем, мы оказались там. Кейл, ты родом из Якима. Да, государство Якима. Вот видишь, я учился в Сиэтле, поэтому часто ездил по этой дороге. Мы проезжали мимо городка Норт-Бенд, где стояло двойное «Р». А на JW настолько повлиял Твин Пикс, что он полюбил горы. Да, он путешествует по горам. Я родился в Мэтфорде, Орегон. Вот видите, мы все с северо-запада. И я работал в Эшленде. Я знаю Мэтфорд. Я работал в Эшленде. Если бы сейчас здесь была Кэтрин Колсон, дама с поленом, она бы рассказала, что живет в Эшленде. Правда? И она член шекспировской группы. Кажется, я недавно слышал, что она в этой труппе играет дольше всех. А ты, кажется, родился в Бойзе. Нет, я родился в Мизуле, штат Монтана. Мизула, штат Монтана, точно. В Бойзе, штат Айдахо. Я потом жил, и я очень люблю этот город. Я жил в Спокайне, жил в Сент-Пойнте, Айдахо, но родился я в Мизуле. Да, в Монтане. Мой отец умер в Мизуле. Твой отец умер в Мизуле? Да, он прожил там всю жизнь, и там же умер. С ума сойти. Невероятно, Мэчкин. Да. А чем занимался твой отец? Он был музыкантом. Кажется, ты мне рассказывал. Странствующим музыкантом. И ты познакомился с ним в отеле «Красный лев». Я вас познакомила в номере. Да. Вскоре он умер. Как он умер? Тяжелый сердечный приступ сразу после его 50-летия. Это стало большой неожиданностью. Что, напугала я всех вас? Мне пару дней назад исполнилось 48. С днем рождения, Джейдабл. Спасибо. Кто-то по зодиаку? Овен. Ты, Овен? У нас с твоей дочкой Дженнифер один день рождения. И с Фрэнсисом Фордом Копполой. И с Копполой. Поздравляю вас всех. Спасибо. Это здорово. Овен, очень хороший знак. Очень хороший. 7 апреля. А кто ты по знаку? Такая близость. Кейл. Я? Рыбы. Рыба? Да. Кейл у нас любитель выпить и помечтать. Это ты точно заметил. Это точно. А ты? Я между Козерогом и Водолеем. На границе. Здорово. Здорово. Ладно, ребята. Это было во время съемок пилота. Жаль, сейчас с нами нет Рона Гарсии. Рон, конечно. Рон как раз там был. Мы снимали сцену, когда Джеймс Херли встречается с Донной, и между ними происходит разговор в лесу. Дана и Джеймс. Мы снимали на какой-то проселочной дороге, где-то далеко в горах. Мы нашли там идеальное место с тропинкой, но там было зверски холодно. Конечно, на Земле есть места, где еще холоднее, но там мороз пробирал до костей. Да, я замерзал. Вся команда замерзала. Нос Данны покраснел и стал, как у олененка Рудольфа. Джеймс страдал. Я помню эту сцену. По ним было заметно. Джеймс подъезжает на большом Харлее, так? Они слезают и начинают разговаривать. А внизу Дебби Тратник как будто почувствовала эти страдания. Флюиды их страданий передались ей по воздуху. Их могла уловить только Дебби. И она подошла к продюсеру и сказала: «Вам не кажется, что будет хорошей идеей отправить им в горы горячей еды?» Да. Они организовали нам питание в горах. Съемочная бригада очень обрадовалась, когда все принесли. Мы набросились на эти гамбургеры. Но прежде чем хоть кто-то успел откусить кусочек, мы поняли, что в бургерах в центре лед. Нет, они были ледяные. В смысле, не прожаренные? Нет, в смысле, сырые. Они не были на сковородке даже доли секунды. В середине они были просто ледышкой. Мы потом над этим даже смеялись. А я была совсем юной. Опыта в Голливуде, на телевидении у меня никакого не было. Поэтому для меня все это стало очень интересным событием. Это был настолько плодотворный, положительный творческий опыт. Потом, когда мне пришлось уже искать другую работу в реальном Голливуде, это и был реальный Голливуд. Да, а все остальные просто притворялись. Нет, оказалось, что там действуют совсем иные правила. Мне понадобилось много времени, чтобы привыкнуть к тому, что там все совсем не так, как было у нас. И не всегда окружение было таким же творческим, позитивным и открытым. Я была не готова к тем новым правилам. В этом вся суть работы с Дэвидом. У него так всегда, это очень редкое явление. Да. Поэтому все так мечтают с тобой работать. Храни тебя Бог, Кейл. Из-за атмосферы и энергетики, которые царят на съемочной площадке, я всегда любил с тобой работать, старина. Спасибо. И с Мэчкин, и с Джейн W, конечно, со всеми. Это было здорово. Помню один случай. Уже не помню, в каком именно эпизоде это было. Там была сцена, когда Шелли врывается в закусочную из-за того, что происходит слева. И эта сцена должна была быть просто опустошающей. И я все пыталась настроиться на нужный лад. И тут ко мне подошел ты, взял меня за руку и сказал: знаешь... И я почувствовала, как меня захлестывают эти чувства. Не знаю, что ты передал мне, но я сразу оказалась готова. Ты ушел, начал снимать, и я сделала именно то, что было нужно. То, что ты мне передал. Нет, Мэчкин, это уже было в тебе. Ты настоящее сокровище. И я помню, что должен был тебя поцеловать. Знаю, это такая честь для меня. Шутишь? Это честь для меня. Это один из самых лучших моментов моей жизни. И я помню, как спрашивал себя, это вообще нормально? Сочинил такой сценарий, чтобы поцеловаться с Мэчкин. Но ручка все равно не хотела останавливаться, писала дальше. Да, это было автоматически. Для меня это было, знаете, сколько дублей этой сцены мы сделали? Много, точно. Нужно было снять все как надо. То были проблемы с фокусом, то аккумулятор сел. Все время что-то случалось. Смешно. Нет, для меня это была огромная честь. Агент Коул может слышать единственного человека на свете, и это Шелли Джонсон. Это был мой любимый момент во всем сериале. Да, да. Здорово было, когда ты вышла, и мы сняли это. Да. Очень круто. Гордон Коул — это один из персонажей «Бульвара Сансет» Билли Уайлдера. И Гордон Коул собирался взять на прокат машину Нормы Десмонд. Человек, который сыграл Гордона Коула, Гордон Коул появляется в фильме. Если с востока подъезжать к Парамаунту, вы проедете мимо улиц Гордон и Коул. Точно. И я понял, так вот откуда это имя. А потом Гордон Коул попал и в Твин Пикс. Потому что в начале есть сцена, когда ты разговариваешь со своим начальником Гордоном Коулом из Трумановского зала для совещаний. Точно не помню. И кажется, я читал вслух его реплики, чтобы был диалог, да. И в какой-то момент я поймал себя на том, что говорю очень громко. Так и появилась эта деталь. Забавно. Я помню, как ты... То ли тогда еще не было мониторов, то ли просто ты ими не пользовался, но я помню, что ты всегда стоял рядом с камерой, точнее даже под ней, и наблюдал за сценой. Ты всегда был как можно ближе, чтобы видеть то же, что видит камера. Я думал, что там я должен быть, чтобы видеть сцену. Просто не часто такое встретишь. Та сцена из пилота, о которой ты говорил, когда Шелли и Бобби подъезжают к дому. Да-да. Когда мы пили из фляжки. Да-да. Счастливый час. В этот момент Дэвид лежал у нас в ногах в машине. Что, правда? Это было прекрасно. Лежать в ногах у Мэчкин. В ногах у Мэчкин. Когда мы репетировали разные сцены, чаще всего мы просто пытались рассмешить друг друга. Ты все время меня веселил. Пару раз из-за этого были проблемы. Но было здорово. Было так весело. Очень весело. Да. Для всех нас стало большим сюрпризом, что первый сезон прошел с таким успехом. Да, это было невероятно. Вроде для телевидения это тоже стало неожиданностью, огромной неожиданностью. Они никак этого не ожидали. Когда все было готово и график показов был расписан, нас рекламировали как обычный сериал. Нас ведь поставили на одно время с веселой компанией, которая была тогда очень популярна. Да, провели пробные показы, и результаты были не такие плохие, как ожидалось, но и не самые высокие. Мне кажется, телевизионщики немного удивились, что получилось что-то среднее. Да, они ожидали, что он провалится. А он завис где-то посередине. И вот в один прекрасный вечер выходит пилотная серия. И получает огромную долю зрительской аудитории. Правда? Огромную. Я тогда был в Нью-Йорке, на следующий день возвращаюсь домой, и ко мне подходит жена управляющего одного нашего кабельного конкурента и говорит: «Я в восторге от вашего сериала, в восторге». Мне пришлось уйти в другую комнату, потому что мой муж не стал бы его смотреть. Но я ушла и посмотрела, и я в восторге. А он просто умирает от зависти, что у вас такая большая доля. Поздравляю. В общем, по какой-то причине пилот получился очень успешным. Эти леса, эти герои, что-то облетело весь мир. По всему миру что-то прочувствовали, причем очень быстро. Это было невероятно. А как быстро они... Вот, прошел пилот, и когда они нас поставили, не помню, через неделю вроде, если не ошибаюсь, нас поставили на замену посередине сезона. Да, все верно. Пилотная серия вышла весной, правда? А цифры, если представить двухчасовой фильм в виде графика, то начиналось все так, а потом пошло вот так. Да, последние полчаса просто взлетели, да. Все стали звонить друг другу, мол, какого черта? На другом канале идет что-то нереальное, скорее переключай. Да, зацени. Нет, Дэвид, тут все дело не только в лесах и в сюжете, а в том, что ты умеешь снимать прекрасные фильмы и рассказывать интересные истории. Секундочку, я сделал это вместе с Марком Фростом. Минимум половина всего этого — заслуга Марка Фроста. Мне очень понравилось с ним работать. У нас с ним была хорошая взаимосвязь. Мы дополняли друг друга, и все шло очень гладко. Это был уникальный опыт. И, как я уже говорил, оно хотело появиться на свет. Это должно было случиться. Мы просто... Но сейчас все это живет своей жизнью и на многое повлияло. Да, своей жизнью. Повлияло на многое. Мы создали целый мир. Судя по разговорам с разными людьми, его влияние до сих пор ощущается. Это здорово, что получилось сделать пилот и... Первый сезон и второй сезон, раскрыть всю историю. Да, это очень-очень хорошо. Но что меня убивает, так это то, что убийство Лоры Палмер не должно было быть раскрыто. Правда? А дело в том, что это маленький симпатичный гусь. Гусь, который несет золотые яйца. Зачем же убивать этого гуся? Это просто невероятно. Так печально. Ужасно жаль. То, что это случилось, это просто абсурд. На тебя давили? Давили. Но, знаешь, на самом деле давление, если его расшифровать, это просто желание узнать ответ. Это потребность затягивает нас. Ладно, что было, то было. Что ты чувствуешь по этому поводу? Неважно, это случилось. Оставалось пространство для многих других тайн, но эта тайна была неприкосновенной. На ней держалось все остальное. Она была деревом, а остальные загадки его ветвями. Да, это ужасно, грустно, как я уже сказал. Да. Нельзя шутить с такими глубинными, основополагающими тайнами. Нет, JW. Да. На телевидении существует постпродакшн. А JW не только ходил по лесам, бродил, записывал звуковые эффекты, он вел практически ночной образ жизни. Часами, сидя в лаборатории, он наводил лоск на заключительных стадиях каждой серии. Ты мог бы рассказать немного о том, что происходит после того, как закончен монтаж и материал попадает к тебе? Что ты с ним делаешь, JW? Во-первых, я считаю, как и вся остальная работа над сериалом, это первоклассная коллективная заслуга. Работали Фил Нил, я сам, Ли Скорбит и многие другие. Первоклассная команда лучших монтажеров в нашей индустрии. Наш сериал собрал одних из лучших режиссеров, работающих на телевидении. Над ним трудились одни из лучших профессионалов. Мы вложили в работу всю свою душу и наслаждались каждой секундой. Чем вы занимались? Трудились в поте лица. Помнишь те бессонные ночи в начале? Да, я помню наш типичный график. На каждой серии работал свой режиссер, и график был очень плотный. Дней 5-6 на съемки, потом где-то месяц на монтаж, потом сведение звука, цветокоррекция, наложение спецэффектов и так далее. А сериал продолжает сниматься. Недели на одной площадке, недели на другой. Обычно понедельник начинался с того, что мы приходили на работу к 9 утра. В 8 часов мы работали. Потом в 6 вечера начиналась цветокоррекция, которой мы занимались до 2 ночи. Во вторник мы приходили к 9 утра, работали 8 часов, в 6 вечера начинали цветокоррекцию, заканчивали в 2 часа ночи в среду. Так, в среду на знаменитую студию тот АО Глен приходил Фил Нил и занимался сведением звука. А мы всю среду, четверг и пятницу занимались остальными делами. К вечеру пятницы или утру субботы все уже валились с ног от усталости, и каждый раз мы каким-то образом находили в себе силы и повторяли все снова. Это продолжалось на протяжении обоих сезонов, недели за неделями, месяцами. То есть вы почти совсем не спали. Да, но нам и не хотелось спать, потому что находиться в этом мире — это было такое удовольствие. Вспомните хотя бы, какая прекрасная музыка. А мы слушали ее. Великий Анджело Бадаламенти, прекрасная музыка. Больше всего из своей работы я запомнил одну вещь. Я многое помню, но больше всего запомнилось это. Я должен был отнести готовые пленки в штаб-квартиру канала, и я смотрел, как они достают их из коробок, вставляют в те старые скрипучие проигрыватели, разматывают пленку, чтобы проверить какие-то технические моменты, и когда на мониторах появлялись разные сцены из Твин Пикса, я видел, как менялись их лица. Это было очень необычное впечатление. Очень хорошо, JW. У тебя есть какой-то любимый эпизод или, может, серия? Я люблю все, что с Гордоном Колом, конечно, связано. Да, сцены в закусочной и все сцены с Шелли. Мне нравится все, но из-за того, что надо было сделать европейскую концовку, да, у меня не было насчет нее каких-то особых идей, я больше думал о том, чтобы закончить пилот. Да, но потом началось это давление. Кто-то сказал, мол, ты должен выполнить это условие. Да, так прописано в контракте. Я помню, мы монтировали, было часов 6 вечера, стояла приятная теплая погода, мы вышли на парковку, а мы занимались монтажом в лаборатории CFI. Мы вышли на парковку, а там стояла машина. Я облокотился на ее крышу и почувствовал от нее такое приятное, уютное тепло, обволакивающее. Я наслаждался им, и тут у меня родилась идея красной комнаты. Я очень разволновался и говорю Дуэйну вот так: «Дуэйн, напомни мне записать эту идею». Я приехал домой и записал все это. Потом мы переписали эту сцену вместе с Марком, потому что мы с ним партнеры. А потом сняли сцену с красной комнатой. Это было невероятно интересно. Очень необычно. Зрители всегда о ней говорят. Сериал и так необычный, и тут вдруг красная комната. И ты уже в другом измерении. Моментально. Да, это было волнительно. Знаете, как появился Фрэнк, то есть Боб? Изначально ничего этого не было, и все это появилось уже в процессе. Очень интересно, как одна идея приводит к другой. Надо просто быть внимательным, и идеи рождаются сами. В этом прелесть того, когда развиваешь сюжет. Никогда не знаешь заранее, куда он зайдет. Но что-то будет дальше, будет какая-то сцена, и Шелли вдруг что-то скажет определенным образом, и тут же возникнет новый мир. Вот так, за секунду. Поток идей. Да. А что это за европейцы, и почему они получили другую концовку? Джонни, есть вещи, о которых мы не любим говорить. Мы любим европейцев, но все это дело, почему им все это было необходимо, лучше не обсуждать, когда на столе нет пачки салфеток. А я ни разу не видела другую концовку. Она есть. Я не видела. Необходимость в этой концовке и послужила поводом для создания красной комнаты. Понимаешь, в этом вся прелесть. Да-да, совершенно верно. А Боб? Боб появился совсем не из-за этого. Он был ошибкой, которая превратилась в находку. Нет, он не был ошибкой. То, что он попал в кадр. Это было потом. Я был в доме Лоры Палмер на 2-м этаже, точно под вентилятором. Почему-то я стоял на четвереньках и чистил маленький кусочек ковра. Я стоял спиной к двери в спальню Лоры Палмер. И вдруг услышал голос девушки, женский голос, который обращался к Фрэнку Силве, нашему декоратору. Фрэнк готовил к съемкам комнату Лоры Палмер. Он двигал шкаф и придвинул его почти вплотную к двери. И я слышу, как позади та женщина говорит: «Фрэнк, смотри, не запри себя здесь. Ха-ха». Понимаете? И у меня в голове возникла картинка, как Фрэнк сидит там, и это слово «запер». Я рванул к нему, спрашиваю: «Фрэнк, ты умеешь играть?» И как каждый, кто живет в Голливуде, он ответил: «Конечно, Дэвид, а что?» Я говорю: «Ты будешь играть в этой сцене». «Что я буду делать?» — спрашивает он. «Пока не знаю». Мы начали снимать сцену, просто панораму пустой комнаты, панораму по кровати. И я говорю ему: «Фрэнк, теперь сядь на пол, возьмись вот так за прутья кровати и замри». И сделали одну панораму с ним. Потом мы спустились вниз, чтобы подготовиться к вечерней сцене, когда мать Лоры, которую играет великая Грейс Забриски, убитая горем, лежит на кушетке. У нас был оператор Шон, который снимал с тележки. В той сцене Грейс о чем-то думает, в ее воображении возникают образы, и ей видится что-то про лес, и как находит ту штуку. В этот момент она с криком вскакивает. А Шон должен был ее быстро вот так снять. Первый же дубль получился идеальный. Я говорю: «Отлично, стоп». А Шон такой: «Нет-нет-нет». Что случилось? И он отвечает: «Кто-то отражается в зеркале». Я спрашиваю: «Кто?» «Фрэнк отражается в зеркале», — говорит он. И правда, в самом низу овального зеркала. Даже мурашки по коже. Правда здорово? Очень. Мэчкин, оглядываясь на все, что было, что больше всего тебе запомнилось? Какое твое любимое воспоминание? Я сидела в кабинке двойного R и вдруг почувствовала, как меня целуют очень нежные губы.
So beautiful, man.
Мачкин, ты просто прелесть.
I open my eyes,
Да, открываю
and
глаза,
there's David Lynch.
и передо мной Дэвид Линч.
That's great.
Прекрасно.
There are so many
Я помню,
moments that
что было так много
I can
необычных,
think of that were just
необычных моментов.
so unusual. I think more than anything it was.
Пожалуй, больше всего
for me, I
мне
think
запомнилось
the
то,
first
что я
time,
впервые,
'cause I hadn't done that many things to that point,
хотя
but it was
я
the first
и мало
time
где
that I
успел
felt
сняться на тот момент, но тогда я впервые почувствовал
a real
настоящее
kinship with a
родство
character.
со своим
As
персонажем.
much as I enjoyed
Мне
working
очень
together,
понравилось
Dune
работать
and
над
Blue
«Дюной»
Velvet
и
and
«Синим
that,
бархатом»,
for some
но
reason,
почему-то
Dale Cooper
именно с Дейлом Купером у меня возникло странное чувство,
felt like I was home
что
in
я
a weird
дома.
way. I don't know why.
Тут я свой, не знаю почему.
So, I
Так
think
что,
more than any
пожалуй, мне
specific
запомнился
moment, it was overall a feeling
не какой-то
of
конкретный момент, а именно ощущение
immense creativity,
невероятной
and that
творческой
whatever I was
свободы.
doing
Что бы я ни делал, это было
wasn't right, wasn't wrong,
не
just
хорошо и
was,
не плохо.
and was therefore,
Это просто было, и посему это было
A-okay.
совершенно
And
уместно.
I think so much of that had to
И
do
мне
with
кажется, это благодаря тому,
us working together.
что
By then
это
it
была
was number
наша
3,
общая
so we had a
работа.
shorthand that was
Это
a
был уже
shorthand
наш
of
третий
shorthand.
фильм, поэтому мы
I
понимали друг
remember
друга с полуслова.
All I really
Еще помню,
needed
что
was
мне
your
было нужно твое одобрение,
thumbs up,
чтобы ты поднял
you know,
большой палец.
and then I
И
could
тогда я
really
просто
relax
расслаблялся
and just,
и становился
you know,
стариной
channel
Дейлом.
old Dale, so.
Расскажи немного о своих отношениях с Майклом Онткиным, который сыграл шерифа Трумана. У вас получился такой динамический дуэт, который очень понравился зрителям. Вы здорово сработались, всем это понравилось. Потрясающе получилось. В плане энергии он был одним из самых спокойных людей, которых я знал. И очень мягкий, добрый человек. Да, точно, очень мягкий и добрый, радушный. И он был очень рад, так счастлив, что попал в мир Твин Пикса. Я помню, как чувствовалось, что он как бы нашел свое измерение. У нас с ним был очень необычный в визуальном и эмоциональном плане дуэт. Но мы относились друг к другу с огромной симпатией и получали замечательное удовольствие от такого общения, что иногда бывает и в обычной жизни, когда встречаются два непохожих человека. Да, поэтому дружба этих двух людей была совершенно понятна. Да, он умел находить смешное в разных неожиданных вещах. Понимаете? Отличный парень. Хорошие были отношения. Джей-Дабл, что больше всего запомнилось тебе? Больше всего мне запомнился один момент из самого сердца всего процесса. Было 2 часа 47 минут ночи. Я стоял на холме где-то в лесной чаще. Весь закутанный в теплую одежду, на голове наушники, в руках длинный стереомикрофон на палке. Я записывал, как бушует ветер в деревьях. Записывал. Потом, несколько месяцев спустя, я находился в студии сведения фэнтези в Беркли, Калифорния. Была суббота, часа 3 ночи, может быть, даже то же время, 2:47, возможно. Я был в просмотровом зале и смотрел пилотную серию. До этого всю неделю я наблюдал за тем, как под мастерским руководством группа лучших профессионалов создает то, что можно однозначно считать образцом хорошего кинематографа. Я видел, как люди работают, не покладая рук, невзирая на разные проблемы, когда что-то не работало или получалась какая-то бессмыслица. И вот я сижу там, в студии, и снова слышу тот звук ветра, затерянный где-то в глубине звуковой дорожки. Но я его снова услышал. Это было непередаваемое, прекрасное чувство ободрения и уверенности. Прекрасно. Меня иногда спрашивают, могу ли я в 7 словах описать 7 — мое любимое число. Я тоже люблю число 7. И еще 17, правда? 17 всегда было моим любимым числом. 17 — это 8, но это тоже хорошее число. Прекрасно, но 7, если подытожить в 7 словах, я люблю Твин Пикс и его мир.
Perfect.
Идеально. Еще чашечку кофе. Что за вопрос? Значит, да. Звучит неплохо. Сейчас принесу. Хорошо. Сегодня просто прекрасный день. Очень интересный момент и любопытный поворот событий. Я сижу напротив семьи Палмера. Лиланд Палмер, Сара Палмер и Лора Палмер. И день этот просто прекрасен, потому что я могу задать каждому по паре вопросов. Сара, я хотел бы начать с тебя, потому что ты еще жива. Ты до сих пор живешь в Твин Пиксе? Да. В том же доме? Да. Ты повторно вышла замуж или, может, у тебя кто-то есть? Я одна. Ты могла бы рассказать нам, как ты сейчас живешь? И поделись с нами воспоминаниями и чувствами о тех временах, когда рядом с тобой были муж и дочь. Сейчас? Что ж, пожалуй, все осталось по-старому. То есть, конечно, нет, но... Но дом почти не изменился. Многое начинает разваливаться. Это точно. Многое. Но я еще не разучилась притворяться счастливой, когда выхожу в парикмахерскую или иду за продуктами. И ведь никто на самом деле не знает, о чем я думаю. Никому нет до этого дела. Внутри это одно. А если отойти в сторону, это другое. Я встречалась с разными людьми. Некоторые из них были медиками по профессии. Но это на самом деле не важно. Многое уже забылось. Я слежу за футболом, он мне очень нравится. По телевизору. И еще бильярд, снукер. И я люблю смотреть боулинг. Спасибо, Сара. Лиланд, ты мертв уже где-то 25 лет. Я хочу спросить, что сейчас происходит с тобой? Поделись своими чувствами и воспоминаниями о своей жене Саре и дочери Лоре. Не знаю, смогу ли объяснить это сейчас, но у меня остались воспоминания. Самые теплые воспоминания о Саре и Лоре. Мне кажется, я люблю их так, как больше никто не сможет любить. Сара. Особенно в начале. Я был влюблен в нее по уши, просто без ума. Она была такая соблазнительная. И этот ее чудной смех. Да. Я помню, как в нашем доме были счастливые времена. Но потом, как это часто бывает, что-то меняется. Я начал встречаться с разными людьми, с девочками. Некоторые из них были такими же молодыми, как моя дочь, или моложе. Но любовь никуда не делась. Пылала. Любовь к семье. Трудно в это поверить, но она была. Тогда был такой мрак. То, что потом было сделано, это сделал не я. Я ничего такого не делал. Лора была моей принцессой. Моя малышка. Моя принцесса. Спасибо, Лиланд. Лора, ты тоже мертва больше 25 лет. Я хочу попросить тебя рассказать о своей жизни сейчас и мыслях, и воспоминаниях, связанных с твоими родителями. Люди многого не знают. Так же и я. Иногда известно куда меньше половины. Иногда больше. Мне нравились лошади. Многое случилось. Все сразу, как в цирке, с темными существами, которые вылезают ночью, с мерцающими огнями. Я знала человека по имени Боб. И когда он пришел ко мне, я поняла, что моя жизнь окончена. А потом было время, когда я плакала, потому что была так счастлива. Потому что я увидела, что это. это было прекрасно. Я пробудилась. До сих пор остались вопросы. Вопросы о правде всего этого. Я встречаю многих людей, у которых нет имени. Храни тебя Бог, Лора. Да, жизнь преподносит нам множество прекрасных сюрпризов. Мне даже захотелось попробовать пирог. Угощайся, Грейс. К слову о прекрасных сюрпризах. По-моему, это самый вкусный вишневый пирог из всех, что нам пришлось попробовать за 25 лет. Да, очень вкусный. Похож на домашнюю выпечку. Помните, как мы собирали друзей? Пили кофе с вишневым пирогом? Это было замечательно. Да, вечеринки Твин Пикса. А помните, как все думали, что я знаю, кто меня убил? А мы на самом деле не знали. Да, а все были уверены, что мы знаем, и пытались вытянуть это из нас. Я молился, чтобы это был не я. Честно, молился. Я не хотел покидать город. Я знал, что если это окажусь я, то мне придется уехать. Или я надолго сяду в тюрьму, или должен буду умереть. А я этого очень не хотел. Поэтому в последних сериях я изо всех сил стараться не стать тем, кем стал. Как это обычно и бывает, да? Да. Но когда я узнал, что это я, мой последний эпизод был великолепным. Кажется, режиссером был Тим Хантер. Он проделал великолепную работу. Да, отличный парень, талантливый режиссер. Тим молодец. И все обрело смысл. Все встало на свои места. Огонь «Иди со мной» возник, потому что мне было интересно узнать, какими были последние 7 дней Лоры Палмер. И мы сделали это. И вот Лора Палмер жива и здорова. Ладно, не совсем здорова, зато жива. Было очень приятно провести то время с Лорой Палмер и Шерил Ли. Невероятно. Спасибо. Просто прекрасно. Мне до сих пор кажется, что время этого фильма на самом деле еще не пришло. В Твин Пиксе, по-моему, было несколько слабых мест. Может, даже не несколько. И в нем совсем не было настоящего юмора. Это было тяжелое приключение. Инцест — это не... Зрители не бегут за билетами, чтобы посмотреть на инцест и убийство. Так что это было непросто, тяжело. Но все же все блестяще справились со своей работой. Знаете, когда у вас есть актриса в главной роли, которая так тянет лямку, как Шерил Ли, это очень, очень, очень хорошо. Через что ей пришлось пройти? Завернуто в пленку. Да, старина Джек, благослови его Бог. Старый добрый Джек Нэнс. Старый добрый Джек Нэнс. Чистое золото. Чистое золото. Кажется, тебя не было с нами, когда мы приехали в университет Южной Калифорнии. Джек тогда вышел с нами на сцену перед студентами. И кто-то из молодых собеседников задал ему вопрос. Этот парень спросил Джека: «Мистер Нэнс, в фильме есть сцена, где кто-то стучится в дверь, потом дверь кто-то открывает, и если присмотреться, в проеме двери видно, что в глубине стоите вы, мистер Нэнс. Я все эти годы думал, сэр, что вы тогда там говорили, когда открылась дверь?»
when the door opened. And
И
Jack goes,
Джек ему отвечает: «Я помню, что летел на самолете». Потом Шарлотта Стюарт, кажется, рассказала нам, что Джек тогда летал куда-то, чтобы пройти курс лечения от алкоголизма. Да, с Деннисом Хоппером. Вот о чем он тогда сказал, что помнит, что летел на самолете. Среди не вошедших сцен есть одна отличная сцена с Джеком. Да? Как хорошо. Очень, очень хорошая сцена. Она будет в новом издании? Будет. Здорово. Будет еще 1,5 часа вырезанных и расширенных сцен. Ладно, друзья, расскажите, какие у вас мечты и надежды в жизни? Да, о чем вы мечтаете и на что надеетесь? Чтобы был здоров мой сын и моя семья, чтобы были здоровы душа, ум и тело. Прекрасно. А я просто счастлива находиться здесь сейчас. Я тоже счастлив быть с вами сегодня. Присоединяюсь. Да. Еще у меня есть мечта однажды снова поработать вместе с Дэвидом и с вами, конечно, когда-нибудь. Может быть, тогда круг замкнется. Прекрасно. Вы просто самые лучшие. И я бы тоже с радостью поработал с каждым из вас еще раз. Это было замечательно. Большое спасибо, что пришли сегодня. Спасибо. Счастливо. За это можно выпить. Хорошо.
My first working experience with David Lynch was on Dune, and didn't really know what to expect after having seen Eraserhead, and met one of the most charming, engaging, friendly guys who also happened to be from the Northwest. And I would go to his office and bother him all the time and ask him questions, and I wanted about this and I wanted about that. And he was good for about 5 or 6 minutes, and then he would start doodling on a piece of paper, and I knew that I'd lost him. Pretty soon I just sort of stopped asking the questions and began relying more on what I thought and what I imagined it should be, and he seemed to be content with that. And it's fun to play a character that seems to have that kind of capacity to step so easily into his subconscious and to believe so readily, and to not only believe in it but actually sort of revel in it. You know, he enjoyed the smell of the Douglas firs and the taste and the aroma of good hot black coffee, and et cetera, et cetera. Working with David as Gordon Cole was difficult because he's very committed when he's an actor, and it's hard to keep a straight face.
Cooper, you remind me today of a small Mexican chihuahua.
And his Gordon Cole was surprisingly not nominated as the Best Supporting Actor. I think he was probably always a little upset that didn't happen. I jest. But he just, ultimately David was so enjoyed the world of Twin Picks that he almost can't help himself. And he just loves to participate, and I think he wanted to become a part of that world in some way. And that was his way of doing it.
Great! Pay dirt! You'll have to speak up, Sheriff. Hearing's gone. Long story.
So much of the credit you have to give to David and to Mark Frost for thinking up the idea, writing a terrific pilot, because I think on the strength of that pilot, which I think is as good as anything even today and would stand up as a feature film, they were able to really build a very strong vessel, and they launched it, and it was very powerful. But we were sort of not really prepared for the echo, I guess, of the show, which continues today. I do think it gives me hope to think that things don't necessarily have to make sense within the realities of these characters and these people for an audience to enjoy and return to, what we made.
I was fresh from Reno, Nevada, and just come to Hollywood wanting to be an actress. And I had been modeling and doing music videos and commercials and stuff. And so part of the process is you sort of go in and meet different casting directors around town and, you know, audition for them. And so I had gone a few times for Joanna, and I happened to get cast and went through this lengthy network testing process for the pilot of Baywatch. And I ended up getting it, and at the same time got a call from Joanna and said, you know, I really want you to come in and meet David Lynch. He's doing a show. And I'm like an innocent 16, 17-year-old girl going, oh, okay, I remember Dune, you know. So I went in to a room with Joanna and David, and I even think that Eric might have been helping the audition process and reading for people, and actually originally read for Lara Flynn's part. And sort of at the end of the reading, he was like, that was really good. Well, I'm doing a show. Do you think you might want to be in it? And I was like, sure. I always had a hard time remembering to be afraid of Eric because he's really sweet, and before and after, like swinging the soap in a sock around about to beat me, he was sort of giggling, and so it was quite a challenge to be serious about that. But I remember that was a very sort of creepy, dark stage of Shelley's journey.
No! You bastard!
I think that David is an original artist. He's like this open channel to the creative forces that come down. I feel very lucky to have been involved in it and to continue to have a friendship with David. Every time I get frustrated with the business and the politics of it, I, you know, will go over and talk with David and go, okay, you know, there is true artists still left that still stick to their guns and still create, and maybe not be embraced by commercialism as a whole, as a monster, but there's so many people that appreciate his work that I just feel very honored to have been involved in it.
David had meetings with people, and before we'd read the script, so we didn't know where we fit in. And then we were just told that he and Mark saw me as this character, Audrey. And me and my manager looked through the script, well, she's not here. There's no, there's maybe a page or like a little dialogue, or, you know, she's in the school, or she comes out in her saddle shoes, but we had no idea. So we were a little, excited, of course, to work with David, but worried, like, do you not like? It's very, you know, so what ended up happening was just this beautiful character blossomed. I just never would have known going into it that she was going to be that specific and that clear and that that fun, you know, that much fun. So she became much more than I ever expected her to be. Basically what happened in the Miss Twin Peaks contest was that Sherilyn didn't want to be in the Miss Twin Peaks contest. And I had this aversion to all of them strutting around. I was like, come on, you know? And I probably was being difficult, but that's okay because David didn't mind. So he decided that I would have to be there and give a speech anyway because I was going to be there no matter what. But like that I was in it, but I didn't do it all the way. Like I didn't run around in a leotard, basically.
You must fight to save it or lose it forever. Thank you.
Out of all the directors that we worked with and people that would come and go and some would come back again, for me it was the best when David was there, because sometimes, in my opinion again, I feel like David encourages one to go into dark places inside of them and see what's going on and to embrace them, that's beautiful, that's good. And I think sometimes people came onto the show and would just do weird things for the sake of being weird. And I feel that that part of David's work is soul-based, and it's a part of his truth on some very personal level. And it's not, let's just shock value and be weird for being weird. The show wouldn't have been a success if that's what it was about. It had a bottom of truth. The funny thing about going into Twin Peaks, I remember seeing the pilot and thinking, well, I don't know if anyone's going to see this, and everyone's sleeping with everyone, and I had no perspective whatsoever. And I feel that it's endured. I feel this show's endured because we're starved for original work. I believe in film and in television, and especially back then in television. It really was that David didn't care what they were saying in terms of what the ratings people, you have to go through this group of standards and this, and they didn't care. They weren't answering to so many people. I feel like they stayed true to a vision. There weren't too many cooks in the kitchen. They had their original idea. They stayed true to it. And weren't afraid to do a show that wasn't necessarily about all these likable people, but more real people. But more than anything, I always feel like just television starved for something original, for something that doesn't insult their intelligence or, gets you thinking, and the way David's work always does.
When I met Joanna Ray, I was 18, and I just moved here, and she was casting a Spielberg-produced show called Amazing Stories, and she brought me in for a lot of different episodes, and I never got one of them, and she just always kind of stuck with me. And I knew Eric, her son, also, Eric DeRay, Leo, from when he was working with her. And so, from what I've heard, David saw a headshot that I had, and it was a headshot that wasn't even a professional headshot. It was just a friend of mine took a picture, and it was kind of this really cool, more artsy than sort of glamorous shot. And so he called me in, and I went in, and I remember when I walked into the room, Eric was there, greeting everyone, and I talked to Eric, and he said, "Man, isn't this amazing?" And we talked about the script, and I was like, "Yeah, the woman with the curtains and the curtain rods and all that," and we were laughing about it. And then they brought me into the room, and it was just a meeting with David and Mark, and at the end of the meeting, he goes, now, Bobby doesn't smile a lot. And I said, "Oh, no, I won't smile. I'm never going to smile again," because I always, laughing and stuff, but that was the greatest, easiest thing. We just went in and had this meeting, and I didn't even read or anything. There was a fan on top of the building, and this fan, it was like a vent fan, and you could hear it when it was really quiet. You could hear it squeaking, and the sound guy was going crazy. And then halfway through the scene, it stopped. And so he needed some wild track of that squeak, and we couldn't get it because it was off. So everyone was stopped, and we were thinking, what are we going to do? And the boom guy actually had some rubber tennis shoes on, and he started squeaking his foot on the ground. He goes, "I think this kind of sounds like it." And everyone was like, "Yeah, that sounds like it." And so everyone just shut up, and we had 30 seconds of this guy just squeaking his foot on the ground, which I thought was so funny and so cool. And I've never seen anything like it. I'd done 5 or 6 movies up to that point. I've never seen anything so freeform and open to whatever was going to happening right there. It was like the rules were out the door. The relationship between Bobby and Audrey, I think it became a MacGuffin. I don't know whether they were really going to go with it. I thought they were definitely going to go with it. We had those moments, but they brought in the character that Billy Zane played. And as soon as he came in, they sort of took it that way. So that's why I think it was a MacGuffin, or either a change of someone's mind, or I don't know. It was so on the fly always. The story kind of was flying. I mean, there was always the base, I guess. I don't really know how their minds worked when they were writing it, but I think that maybe things come up, though, as they go. They maybe didn't want to get them together. I don't know. Because I know at one point they wanted to get Cooper and her together. They were working towards that, and it ended up not happening the way that I think they were thinking it was going to happen. But that's Twin Peaks lore. it did show that there was this undercurrent of sadness, and it's much like sort of Blue Velvet, and you know, there's like underneath the beautiful grass, there's the bugs and the nastiness, you know, and that's what was interesting about Twin Peaks, I think, and really touched on something that now, you know, television shows today like Desperate Housewives, you know, very unlike Twin Peaks, but in the sense that it's this pristine neighborhood and you have all these normal people seemingly, but underneath there's all this weird shit going on, you know? And I think that was one of the first times that I'd ever, in my television watching experience, had ever seen anything like it was Twin Peaks. So it was real, you know, it was real is what it was.
I think I actually was auditioning for the Weepy Sheriff, and I thought, okay, the Weepy Sheriff, I'm here for the Weepy Sheriff. I don't know what the Weepy Sheriff's going to do or whatever. But he said, you know what, you know, David, and he said, you know, I'm thinking about you as Mike. And I said, okay, and he tried to describe Mike to me. You know, he's this guy, he's Bobby's friend, and he's, you know, they terrorize this town, and he's tough, and he's this, and immediately I started just becoming a little more steely-eyed to him, and we just talked about the character for a bit, and 5 minutes later I had the part. And if you ever met David, he sounds like Jimmy Stewart. There's not a cuss word that comes out of that man's mouth. Everyone thinks that, you know, he's got this, he's deep, and he is, you know, and intense and foreboding, but he's this gentle man that just is brilliant. But he's Gary. You ever been to the zoo? You ever been to the zoo? And I said, yeah. He goes, you know the monkeys? You know the monkeys in the zoo? Yeah. He said, you know when they start to bark? They start to bark at each other, and then one of them starts going, and then the other starts going, and they all start going. And I said, no, not really. I've never been in the zoo when the monkeys start barking, but I said, I know where you're going for, and I'll try to do it. But that's how he described it to me. I want it like that, you know, and it's just powerful and intense, and it's like boom, boom, boom. And so that's how we played it. There'd never been a show like that on television before. It was before HBO, and it was before all these edgy type of programs, NYPD Blue, and it was the first of its kind where I think America got caught off guard of, whoa, what's really happening under the surface? It was more about, and David's great with okay, this is what we're going to show you, and this is what's going on underneath. It's all about subtext and what, you know, are they showing us your real face and unearthing these characters.
I have a very hard time finding decent headshots, even now, sometimes. And it's like, I can never, I don't know what it is. It's probably my fault. I probably get there trying too hard on the headshot. I'm like, hey, I don't know what. But he would not see me because of the headshot, and he refused. And she kept pushing me and selling me and pushing me and selling. This is the guy, and he'd look at it again, and it's like, Teen Beat magazine is awful. She goes, let me just bring him in. I'll risk my job on it. It's not the guy in the picture. And he goes, fine. And that's when he was like, oh, you're nothing like your picture. Okay, you know. So from there, it was pretty much it, you know, because he tends to cast, not all the time apparently, but he tends to cast a lot on feel. The best is that he came up to me when we were doing this, you know, love scene. I think it was it might have been the second season, I'm not sure. He came up and kept sitting near me because he wasn't quite getting something and he didn't know what. And then he'd kind of look at me and walk away over and over again. And he did it on and on until I was going in my head, and he knew I was about to have a meltdown. And he comes walking up, and he like kneels down like about there, like at my foot, and his whole body just went down into a ball, and all you saw was the brim of his hat, and his two hands were up here like this. It was like that scene. It reminded me of the scene in Eraserhead where she's pulling at the bed for about 20 minutes, and finally a suitcase falls out, and he's sitting there and he's going, James, until the crew started giggling. There was a point where he just closed down like this, and he just went like this, and the crew starts giggling and kind of laughing, and then he finally he sits up and looks at me and he goes, go for it. Oh my God, it's my favorite, all-time favorite. It's just totally him, and you know what it did? Lighten the mood of the set, everything breathed right, and it just flowed, and in 3 takes we got it. He was like, you know what, whatever you did was great. That's exactly what, And that, to me, that's just beauty. That's just beauty in motion.
Donna, what's wrong?
Nothing.
Like if I, you know, have to go like do a promotional thing or something in Europe or something and I go there, it's like, oh my goodness. It's like all of Europe still loves Twin Peaks, you know, and there's a lot of people in the States that do now still, you know, and talk about it and everything. But what does surprise me is that it was taken off really at all.
Diane, when I've got a moment, remind me to tell you about Agent Bryson.
It was just a lark the way I actually got on the show, because I believe that my part was inspired by James Spader and written for him, and he wasn't able to do it. I mean, I was looking for any job that I could get. It wasn't like, gee, I'm a fan of Twin Peaks, let me make a phone call and get on Twin Peaks. You know, I would have gone on whatever television show would have me at that point. I remember just getting a call to play a transvestite. I got the sides, they seemed very funny, and just going in and wondering, well, how do I go in and do it? Do I actually try to get in full drag and go there? But all I did was I brought a nail file, I think is what I did, and I just kind of did my nails while I did the scene, and I guess it was good enough. I'd never been in drag, and I thought, well, Jesus, how am I going to do that? No, I just kind of showed up on set. They nared my legs. I got put in a big dress, and we tried on wigs, and they slathered on, you know, this white makeup over which they put, you know, a skin tone. And it was just, then I showed up on set. I think that when I auditioned very differently, because I must have auditioned much more stereotypically effeminate. And then when I put on all this makeup and everything, it became clear to me that less was more, that the presentation would be funnier if I didn't push it so hard. So then just kind of discovered that having gone through the makeup.
Exactly how old is that girl? Denise, I would assume you're no longer interested in girls.
Coop, I may be wearing a dress, but I still pull my panties on one leg at a time, if you know what I mean.
Not really.
The funniest thing that happened to me because of the Twin Peaks transvestite business was my father at the time, I think I shot the shows, and then my father had a quadruple bypass, and I went to visit him in Boston, and he was in the hospital, and he had just had the operation, and I think, you know, one of the 3 shows that I was airing, maybe the first one was airing, or the second, and because of the operation, he couldn't speak, but I could see that he was communicating to his nurses or whatever through writing down on this legal pad. And he was asleep, and I looked at the legal pad, and it said, you know, my feet are cold, I'd like some water, my son plays a transvestite on television. And I just thought, you know, they probably think he's hallucinating, you know, but he was probably just asking them to turn on the TV for him. I think David Lynch is a singular kind of a vision. I think he's a brilliant filmmaker and a brilliant writer. And I think, you know, his way of working, kind of improvisational, not within the scripts, but it appears that, you know, he kind of improvised the whole mythology of Twin Peaks as they went along. Is crazy, but and what you get out of that is just so much different from severely plotted out, you know, television shows, which most people have to do. You know, in the business of television, you've got to show, you know, you've got to show your 22 episodes even before you do them most of the times. You know, you got to show your storylines. So there was kind of improvised quality to it that is playful and amazing. And I just think it had a tone, you know, that surreal tone, and funny and scary. You know, a show that can be that funny and that scary. They don't come, I can't think of any other one. I mean, even the X-Files we'd do a funny one and a scary one, but we were never, it's hard to be funny and scary at the same time because they undercut each other in many ways. And Twin Peaks they had established a tone where it was possible to be really funny and really scary at the same time. And that's an achievement, and I think people dig that.
I got the call that I was going to audition for David Lynch's new pilot, and they sent me 3 pieces of paper that had Shelley, Audrey, and someone else. I don't remember who the other woman was. Maybe Mrs. Packard or something. And I read those, and I went to my audition thinking I was going to have to actually do those parts. And all it was a meeting with David Lynch and Mark Frost in a really dark room with a really small table and a really bright light that showed down, and it was almost like a conspiracy meeting. And this was my opportunity to ask David Lynch every question I ever wanted to ask him, and every question any of my friends ever wanted to ask him. And I wasn't going to let that pass, because fat chance I would ever get to work on anything like that. David Lynch was awesome to work with, because he would work with you, kind of like reach his arm into your mouth and down into your stomach and pull out a scene. Like, oh, here it is. It's all slimy, but let's shoot it. That was a good feeling. Like, take me, I'm yours kind of thing, which sometimes girls like that.
He's 9 years old.
I know. We think he was 6 at the time of the crime.
One day, I'm standing in my office cubicle, and Mark Frost comes up and says, he was like this and holding his arm like this, and said, we want you to do a dance. We know you dance, so we want you to make up a dance for us. We're going to have a little talent contest. Well, it turned out to be a Twin Picks pageant. We each had to do a little talent section, you know how they do in beauty contests. So I went home and then, like 5 seconds, choreographed something to Mac the Knife. And I wanted it to be kind of cheesy, kind of retro, and kind of jazzy in an old-fashioned way, like something you'd see some dancers do on the Ed Sullivan Show. It ended in a split. I jump in the air and land on the floor in a split, and my character's pregnant then. When I did it, it's so weird because everyone in the room went, oh my God, the baby! And I was like, I'm not really pregnant. And then everywhere I went after people saw that episode, weren't you afraid for the baby? And each time I'd make up something different, like, oh, Lucy's had lots of kids before. Really? Or, oh, Lucy's got a uterus of steel. Or, you know, so I just, depending on my mood, make up something about my pregnancy. It's a TV show. It's interesting to me that that people still study Twin Peaks in college, that people still are new. There's new fans all the time. I think it's because it was a series that changed TV. There had never been anything like that before. And it was a piece of art instead of just entertainment. And people will argue that it was David's most commercial piece of art yet, but I think Twin Peaks endures because it was the first series like that ever.
It was an evening audition, like at 8 o'clock or something. And when I got there, there were a lot of actors waiting to go in. And when they called you in, they had 2 chairs, one facing one way, one the other, like the seats at business class on British Airway. And there was a lot of people on a kind of a raised platform at the back. And David Lynch was waiting at that chair. Of course, the minute I opened my mouth, he said, "Where are you from?" And I told him the Ozarks. And he immediately started talking about fishing. And I answered him about fishing and about the Ozarks. And he asked if I had been in the military, and I told him I was a captain during the Vietnam period stationed in Korea. And he said, "Well, that's fine." And we just kept talking and we kept talking. And finally someone from among that group of people back there watching the audition said, "David, we've got other actors out there. We need to hear him read," or something. And he said, "Well, no, that's okay." He said, "I've only got one question. Can you cry on camera?" And I said, "Well, it just happens that I just finished playing Martin Sheen's partner in a film and I had to cry on camera." And I said, "Yeah, I can cry." I said, "Hell, I cry on cartoons." And so that was the audition. The main thing I remember about that whole sequence with Windham being captured and chained to the shack wall, and before that, shot with the dart at the tree, was an unfortunate incident that occurred. We were filming out at the Burbank airport, and we had been fed a lunch, a Mexican lunch, which my favorite food is Mexican food. And I had eaten some refried beans. And when the dart hit and I fell, an elephant wouldn't have broken wind any louder than I did. Thank God my poop don't stink, or whatever. But there was a young girl working as a PA, assisting the props master, and she was a few feet from me. And she'd been very friendly up till that point. From that point on, she hated me. She wouldn't smile at me. She would probably turn and walk away anytime I came toward her. And I've never forgotten that. It's like losing a nice relative, all because of a fart. It's the only show I know that people go to a fan festival without getting paid for it. All we do is get free hotel rooms and some transportation if we got to fly a long way to get there. We go back so that we can see each other, say hi if we are all in different areas of the world, and catch up on each other. There was a real family there, and the key to that family, the spine on which it was built, is basically David Lynch.
I guess because she's in this wheelchair, and when we did the pilot, there was, a certain idea that she'd been in this automobile accident. And at first I think I thought, she was crippled, but then I remember at different times wondering if she was really crippled or if it was psychological.
I know something's going on with you and Benjamin Horn, and I want to know what it is.
I mean, I remember talking to David at different times and Mark about it. And they wouldn't really answer my questions because I always wanted more information about. But then later, I think really at the very end, they said, "Oh, we had so many different scenarios about what could have happened," and and in a way, you think as an actor that you'd really like to know an exact, the facts sort of, but really, a lot of it doesn't matter that much, whether she's really physically crippled or whether she had this affair and then is consumed with guilt and is in a wheelchair. Who knows? But in a way, if she believes she's crippled, it doesn't really matter. So they sent me a wheelchair, and I was, I'd practice all the time. I'd get in the wheelchair and sort of ride around my house and the living room. And one day some people came over, I don't know who it was, but someone wanted to look at our house, and I was kind of driving around in the wheelchair, and then at some point I just turned the wheelchair off and started walking around, and I kind of remember at the time this look in the people's eyes. They didn't know I was an actress, they didn't know. So suddenly this woman gets up, is in this wheelchair, and then she suddenly gets up and starts walking around. We would get these phone calls, because I think Caleb was directing one of the you know, the episodes, and like nobody knew who Killer Bob was. And so we'd get, I remember getting these, you know, scripts. He'd have the real script and no one else would. And, you know, we'd get strange messages on the phone. And so there was this kind of feeling in our whole house about, you know, the sort of mysteries of Twin Peaks. And my daughter, who she was in 8th grade, so she was 13, and she'd get on the bus every, you know, I think it was Friday morning after the Thursday night show, and all the kids, you know, everybody would be talking about Twin Peaks, and everywhere you went, everyone was talking about it. I think Twin Peaks changed television. It changed everything, a whole way of looking at things and doing things, that things didn't have to be sort of tied up at the end of every show. You could have the show that was so complex and layered that you had to really watch it, and it just took in so many parts of you. I mean, I guess because, you know, David, you know, this sort of intuitive part and dream part and all of those things, but it just involves so many more different parts of the brain and the mind. And I mean, honestly, I'd say, you know, most of the good television and movies and everything have been completely changed by Twin Peaks.
Well, I got this script, and it wasn't anything like television that I remember. It didn't resemble anything like that, and I thought, wow, this is great. And I went in, and there all the powers that be were. The darling Joanna Ray, who loves actors, so I felt comfortable. And Leslie Glatter and David and whatnot. There was a line at the end of the scene when Laura Flynn Boyle says, "I'll be back." And the line was, "I'll see you then." And I said, "I'll be here."
I'll be back.
I'll be here. And they liked that. They kind of giggled. And so I kind of knew when I left that that was a slam dunk. You know, I thought, good. And then it all began. And I was very happy. I was very happy. I knew going in that Harold would meet his demise some way. I didn't know how. But so that gave me bookends so I could create within that sphere of experience. And so I felt very close to him by that time, and I got the new pages, and it says, you know, we find Harold hanging. And I called David up and got his machine, and I left this long rambling message. I said, what if you pan into the apartment and you go into the greenhouse, and all you hear throughout is this sound, and you find leaning over all the orchids, every one of them's just sort of bent over, and then you find him lying there with his prized possessions. And to me, that was poetic. And I left all this, you know, on his message, and he called me back and he said, "Lenny never come up with a good idea the night before a shoot. We've got the thing rafter built, you know, we got to do it. You're hanging." So they hung me, but actually they hung someone else. But, you know, the spirit of him was there, I hope. Well, I think by the very nature that it was so revolutionary in its content and its style. I mean, you had somebody who was, you know, playing the record at a different speed, and people weren't used to it, and it evoked all these strong responses. People either loved it or they didn't. And they didn't a lot. Or they just didn't get it, you know? And that to me is great art, you know? If it evokes strong responses, if it is visceral. And how much of television is these days?
David and I met originally when we did Eraserhead. It was, you know, I can't remember the exact year, but I think it was somewhere around 71, maybe. It was just before he was doing Eraserhead. So we had known each other for a long time. And at the time he was planning to do Twin Peaks, Jack and I were sharing a house in North Hollywood. And we knew Jack was going to do it because David had told him that. And we went out to dinner one night for David's birthday, and he made this enormous cactus plant, you know, to give him as a present, which is pretty funny if you know David. You know, it wasn't a big party, it was kind of small. And I saw them looking at me at the end of the table, and I'm thinking, you know, Laura and Kyle and David, they're all kind of looking. And it was right after that Mark says, you know, we're thinking of, you know, having you play Betty Briggs. I thought, you know, who's that? We'd all gather in this sports bar and watch the show, because toward the end, we didn't even have scripts. We had our scene, and that's all. We didn't even know what happened in the show. So we would all get together and, you know, kind of try to piece it together. And I remember one night we were at Dana Ashbrook's, we were having a spaghetti dinner. It was the last episode of the first season, and Agent Cooper opens the door and he gets shot. Oh my God, we thought we'd all lost our jobs. We thought we were out of work. We couldn't figure out where it was going to go from there. So we just, you know, it was quite funny. It was unique. It came at a time when television was boring. It was on during the week, so the next day people at work could all talk about it. I mean, there was nothing like it on television. Absolutely nothing like it.
This world of Twin Peaks seems to be filled with beautiful women.
I remember wanting it so much, and I thought, you know, the character breakdown was supposed to be this beautiful girl who all the men were fawning and doting over, and they were tongue-tied around her, and she was just supposed to be just this drop-dead gorgeous beauty. And so right away I was already intimidated because the women on the show were so beautiful, and I thought, I want this part so much. I have to do something different. You know, I've got to do something that's going to make me stand out. So bearing that in mind, in my head I started reading it with a Southern accent.
I want to win the Miss Twin Peaks contest.
Oh, of course. Well, I've been known to make a speech or two in my time. I'll coach you day and night.
Oh, no, sweetheart. Baby, that's not what I'm talking about. Now, you're one of the judges.
And to me, I thought that's her secret weapon, you know? I mean, that's what makes the men love her, and that's how she gets them to be putty in her hands, and that's how she charms them with her Southern accent, her dingbat act. And so I thought to myself, well, you know what, I'm going to go in and do it, and either they're going to love it or they're going to hate it, but I will probably definitely make an impression. So, and then I got it. The dance, contortionistic dance, jazz erotica, whatever it was called. I remember reading that when I got the script, and by the way, you know, it was such I would never get a full script. I would just get pages with my scenes, and as everyone, I'm sure, but they were stamped with a number across every single page. So I really didn't know what was going on or what to expect, or, you know, I would just get the little pages that I had. And anyway, so I read the scene that I'm going to be in the pageant, which I was so excited about. I've done a few pageants myself, being from the South. So I read the scene, and it said she does a contortionistic jazz dance erotica, and I thought, oh my gosh, what are they doing to me? And I thought, you know, I can do a lot of things, but this really kind of surpasses my acting skills.
There, my friend, is a real artist.
I think people love the show because it had so many elements to it that no one ever attempted to do. First of all, the era was fantastic. The mystery. The people were stunning to look at. And the creator of the show, David Lynch, is a genius. So right there, I mean, you've got just a winning combination. I thought the show was just brilliant. And it was so much like a movie to me. It wasn't like a television series, you know, you'd sit down and watch every week. It was so much, there was so much more to it than that. And it was interesting. You had all these different characters, and you never really could figure it out, you know? And I'm just sad that it didn't last longer.
I was called at my home and asked to meet my father and Mark Frost at Mark's house. I was brought into one of the back rooms, and the door was closed, and there was a moment of silence before I was told that I was one of 3 air-breathing mammals to know who the killer was. And I won't say specifically what I was told, but I can tell you that I was then one of 3 smiling people in that room. I was given a list of characters to create in the diary, and I was given a semblance of ideas, certainly about where the show was going to go. But the beauty of it was that, in fact, in the same meeting during which I was told who the killer was to be, I was given so much creative freedom, and I was just told basically, these are the people that we need to have mentioned, and do with them what you will. So it was a real gift. I mean, I really got to build Laura as I wanted to. It was a good feeling. One thing I've been asked a few times is whether or not anything in the diary is from my own life. And I can tell you that there are 2 things specifically in the diary from my own life, but I'm only willing to tell you one of them. And one of them is that the dream of Laura sitting in a corner of a room with a rat that she knows is going to come and bite her foot off. So she bites her own foot off instead, rather than have the rat bite it off. And that's mine. Now I share it with her. Second season, some of the people, Mrs. Tremont from Meals on Wheels, who appear in the diary and then we actually see in second season, are relevant, you know, for a lot of different reasons, some of which I'll mention. I think that you know, Laura had such an instinct about herself and a sadness about her own behavior, and yet a bewilderment. And so she still had the hope in her that by accomplishing some redeeming acts, she could be somehow forgiven and saved, if you will. Mrs. Tremont is sort of the perfect example of someone who might be forgiving of someone like Laura. And Laura, I think, wanted to live as long as Mrs. Tremont. So I think the whole Meals on Wheels experience is a manifestation of how to give back and redeem oneself and try and be as pure as possible. All the while knowing that behind your smile there's this, you know, great weight and darkness. Twin Peaks has really stood the test of time, I think, for the most part, and quite simply because it is so much about how memory stands out. It's got today, it's got yesterday, and it is the embodiment of what we remember of our day, of our youth, of what we anticipate about growing old, and it's a very careful selection that is very subtly, I think, planned out to be potent to the mind and to the heart, and I think it's relevant and will continue to be relevant today, tomorrow, and 10 years from now.
My friend Leslie Glatter, who we started at Amazing Stories together a couple years prior to that, I was always like following Leslie everywhere she went. She'd get a job and I'd follow her to the job, right after that. And she went to Twin Peaks season 1, and she put in a good word for me to David and Mark, and I was a huge fan of season 1 and David's pilot. I watched every episode from season 1 like a nutcase, like I was like the Unabomber with my copious notes. And I watched a ton. They don't tell you much. I mean, they really don't offer anything. It's what's in the script is what you know, and you can ask as many questions as you like. But I asked Mark Frost, so many very specific questions. I said, there's something up with Grace Zabriskie, and I would quote her mood swings from episode to episode very specifically. And Mark was impressed. I think that I paid such close attention. And we came out of this tone meeting, and the production designer and line producer, they said, he told you things he hasn't told anybody. I'm very proud of the opening of episode 11. The script is very simple in what it says. It says, Interior Sheriff's Interrogation Room Day. Start close on Leland Palmer, his face a dark mask of grief. Sheriff Truman's voice is heard. Leland, you have the right to an attorney. Leland. And so I kind of just went and I was saying, I don't know what that means visually. I don't know how to start that. That doesn't feel quite right. And I went in I love being in the physical space of the sets and being able to plan my shots that way. And this is the best example I've ever had of doing that and what comes out of it. I went and sat in Leland's chair in this tiny little, box of a room. And I looked at what Leland will be looking at, and I realized I was staring at acoustic tile. And I got the idea to go inside and make this very abstracted, creepy cave of a journey, and it's twisting and spiraling, and then you're hearing sound and really messing with the audience's perception. And then finally landing on Leland and realize you were in his nightmare, his interior headspace. And I went to Mark Frost and I pitched it. To my surprise, they really supported it because Twin Peaks was a very inexpensive show. I mean, it was shot in 7 days. You're shooting like 9-10 pages a day, the equivalent of, even though because the fonts are so small in these scripts. So, and for them to accept that added expense, it meant they really said, yeah, that will be cool. And so we shot it, and I mentioned in part of the in part of the sound work, I bumbled too close to some part of the Laura Palmer, revelation, the murderer's revelation, that they made me take out a couple words, but I was very proud of that. That was exciting to me. Twin Peaks is like from a period where there was such patience with the image and that subtlety of letting scenes play in oneers with good actors, and it's so pre-MTV. It boggles me watching it now. It's so pre that, or maybe it was, I don't know if it was pre or just it was in defiance of. I can't remember the timeline of the origin of MTV and the origin of David's genesis of Twin Peaks, but it's fascinating to watch how patient a nation had to be as that story unfolded, or all our nations had to be as those stories unfolded, because they're just so parsed out. The rope is let out so slowly. And I actually, credit shows like Lost, today as being really finally going back to the sort of serialized nature of Twin Peaks.
When David was at the AFI, I never worked with him directly, but I kind of helped to introduce him to some people who helped him finance Eraserhead and various things like that, and we're always friendly. So I had known him for quite a while when he'd cast my wife as Laura Flynn Boyle's mother in the show. So when they had a premiere of the show and they showed it, I went and saw it, and I really liked the pilot a lot. I thought it was really fantastic. And afterwards he came up to me and asked me if I'd be interested in directing. And I'd never done any television before that. And but I'd never thought about it. But with David being the one in charge of the show, I thought it'd be really great. So I was really excited about the possibility of directing those shows. Well, the way the show was written originally was that, Ben and Jerry would be talking about their past, but there really was not a flashback. But, when I was reading it and, thinking about the show, I was thinking it'd be really great to have a flashback, and it would really fit into the style of the show, the way, it had been evolving over the first year and a half. And so I went to David with the idea, and I said, "Oh, David, what about a flashback here? And we have these two little kids as Ben and Jerry's little kids, and then we have Louise Dombrowski dancing." And he goes, "Oh, that's a great idea." And it was really creative in the early days of doing the show, because David really encouraged all the directors to come with ideas. He really would respond to really good ideas. So, once we got an agreement to do that, Laurie Escher, who was the music supervisor, found some music and we started listening to it. And I was looking for something that could be an old-fashioned sort of rock and roll piece from when Ben and Jerry were little. So we ended up using that in playback when we did the scene, and you know, we couldn't afford really to cast it. It was pretty much an extra. So, you know, Emily Fincher, who worked in the office, you know, agreed to do it, and she was great. And of course, she's the sister of David Fincher. And so, you know, it ended up being this sort of, I mean, I'm really proud of that particular part of the show because it's really, to me, first of all, I think it's loyal to David's visions and everything, and yet it adds another dimension to that show that otherwise wouldn't have existed. You know, in addition to watching Twin Peaks, I mean, you look at Blue Velvet and Eraserhead and all of David's movies, you can kind of come to an understanding of who these characters are and where they come from, but they're always based in a reality. I mean, there's nothing false about them. I mean, they could have been, in a sense, documentaries about people, and everybody acted like Twin Peaks was so weird, but it really isn't that weird. I mean, it's really, and I don't think you could, if you're directing it, I don't think you could treat it as being weird. I mean, you had to accept that these characters exist in humanity and are out there, and they are out there, and you know, you read news reports and those people are there, and the more somebody tries to treat it as being fantastical and that they were dropped on Earth from Mars or somewhere, you know, they're crazy, because it's just not true. I mean, these characters exist, and it's what makes them really fascinating, because nobody usually deals with that. I mean, most characters in most TV shows and in most films are pretty one-dimensional. They're either evil or good, or, you know, or they're good but become evil, but, you know, the thing that's great about these characters is that within the context of everybody who you end up really liking in the show, there's the possibility that there's an underpinning and a dark world that exists within them. I mean, just the way, you know, you can have, you know, nightmares, and just the way you can, you know, imagine that under certain circumstances you could do something horrible. And that's what was wonderful about the show, was the reality that David was able to create.
My association with David dates back to Blue Velvet. I cut Blue Velvet for him, and then we did some commercials together after that. And he and Mark wrote the script for Twin Peaks, which at that time was called Northwest Passage. David sent me the script. I read it. I thought it was terrific. After he refused to tell me who did kill Laura Palmer, he said, look, you know, ABC's going to give us $4 million to go make this movie. They'll probably never show it. Let's just go have some fun and make this movie. So off we went and made the movie, Twin Peaks. I directed episode 1, and I owe my directing career to David for that, because that was my first directing assignment. I also think I was a good choice for episode 1 because I had edited the pilot episode, and David was prepping and getting ready for shooting Wild at Heart when episode 1 stages were being built and the crew was coming together and we were about ready to commence. And probably outside of David and Mark, I knew the characters better than anybody else. And after a long absence between shooting the pilot and starting the series with episode 1, I was probably best suited to help the actors refine that character that they had manufactured, or that they had developed in the pilot itself. I remember filming a terrific scene in episode 18 with Richard Beamer, who plays Ben, and he's watching himself as a young child with his father and his brother digging for the future site of the Great Northern Hotel. We put the projector screen up and had this old projector, and Richard just got carried away, and he was smoking his cigar and sitting, and I let him have the freedom to be a child again and watch it and make his own personal commentary on what he was watching, which is new to him. And then at the end, it's just a brilliant piece on his part where the film runs through the projector and goes whap, 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 and it's a white screen. And Richard comes back, he got a tear to come, trying to touch those those images on the screen. It was beautiful. And he came back and he sat on that desk and went right to being a child and doing shadow figures on that screen. When you look at it, you say, what a wacko guy this is. You know, he's lost his mind. But there's a lot of pathos. You see this guy that he's on the edge of cracking. And I just thought it was beautiful. And I think Richard did a beautiful job with that scene. It's hard to say why Twin Peaks endures in the consciousness of people, or even is it fresh today? Prior to this interview, I watched the episodes and had my 19 and 17-year-old kids in the room, and it held up. There's something captivating about Twin Peaks, and there's this layer of mystery. Again, it's who killed Laura Palmer, but even if you didn't know that and you just kind of watched an episode or that, you would find really interesting characters. And when characters talked to one another, it was heavy. It was like, you know, the weight of the world was in this dialogue, in these situations. And I think it's just unusual filmmaking. And I think you can credit that to, one, a really great pilot episode script, but two, David Lynch is one of the great working directors of cinema.
While it looked on the surface, and for a lot of people seemed utterly irrational, was for me profoundly logical at a level that was deeper than logic. It was deeply powerful, terrifying, moving, and it was truthful. You can't recreate it. It comes from someplace that's very deep. And I couldn't believe it when I saw it on television. It was a show where the first season it was just explosion of television. And then the problem with it is it's totally counter to what television is about. It was miraculous that it lasted as long as it did, doing what it did, which was flying directly in the face of what Western civilization, I think, is really all about, which is, and this is not even about this, it's about something pagan almost, which is, to me, very subversive and was a joy to be a participant in. My biggest feeling when I directed it was that I wanted to just hang with every one of the actors. Every one of them was doing something interesting. I mean, David had cast it so well. Some of them were really, really good actors. Some of them were kind of not so great, but wonderfully sort of like, they kind of implied soap opera in a way, and that became, some of them were brilliant actors. And the whole sort of juxtaposition of these different types of people, and I almost think that it was like, it's like here's this thing bubbling underneath, which is David's mind, or what David's in touch with, and then people in the surface of all that are all these different people, some of whom could really access deeper parts of it, some of whom were utterly lost. And they were lost on the set, and they were lost, There was one actor in particular who will remain nameless, who I could not stand, who was vain and weird, and I just enraged at him. And he's great in it because he's just got that quality, in the piece. Sometimes something just happens when you're doing something. And I don't know what it is, but it just is right somehow. And it is, I think, being fueled by the unconscious. I mean, again, these are weird areas to talk about, and you got to be really careful. I was talking about that Fellini piece about the bucket on the head. You got to bring the bucket in every once in a while and dump it on your head with water and say he's full of. But nonetheless, you want to walk into that area and say that at the same time, that there's something going on in the universe that's a whole lot more complicated than selling soap. I'm so grateful to David for his courage, his creativity, and his sense of humor in the face of all this stuff. That there have been people in my life who have guided me into some awareness. Film and television, certain television, cinema, whether it's on television or in the movie theaters, the magic, the mystery of all of it have guided me, have given me some awareness of how to go. And I think I've either consciously or unconsciously passed it on to my kids, and you can see sort of what that does. My reference to the buckets is Federico Fellini, who had a profound effect on me, and I think probably on David too. These are just people living their lives, being honest and, around with it and being relaxed and not feeling like drones, who have given me, you know, so much. And, you know, my kids are now grown. I hope to make a bunch more movies and hopefully be able to pass that on to other people too.
I became involved with the show. I got a call from Mark Frost, who I didn't know, saying that they were putting directors together for the series. I had known David in the early days of the American Film Institute, and River's Edge had come out a year or two before. And so he said he was interested in my working on the show, and we met at Dupar's or some place in the valley and had a nice lunch, and then they booked me on the episode 4, I guess it was. And that went very well. There was a feeling that, you know, it was among the better of the early episodes, and then they brought me back to do number 9, which was the big show, and then at the very end I did the next to the last show. That whole last beauty pageant sequence, it was very elaborate, of course, and then, you know, beyond that, because the pace of the show at that point was so slow and you were very limited in the number of shots and setups that you could get in any one given day, it became an exercise in how to do a very elaborate sequence in the fewest number of shots. We certainly had 2 cameras rolling at all time. I dare say we might well have had a C camera simply to catch so much action without having to restage it. All the special effects in Twin Peaks were largely generated on set. You know, it was just a way of getting the biggest bang for the buck, you know, out of necessity. I think Twin Peaks endures just because it was so original, and also largely because of David's sensibility. I mean, David, you know, has a knack for doing stuff that has a kind of ordinariness on the surface, but is anything but ordinary, and so somehow he manages to just put his finger, you know, right on your soul, and you know, and has the ability to make ordinary things resonate in a very dark way. But that said, you know, it just seemed like it had a great combination of elements that work together in the way of these things when they do click and they just hit their time. The ensemble cast and the, you know, the sort of strange hypnotic murder mystery that everybody wanted to get to the end of, not, you know, ever knowing if there really would be any sort of a traditional narrative end to it.
That was really my film school, was working on Eraserhead. I loved that. And I thought that's how everybody made movies. And it wasn't until, and then I went on and worked with John Cassavetes for a while. And I saw, well, there was some similarity, but then I went on to like the, you know, big Hollywood movies, and I'd show up and find out that it wasn't anything like Eraserhead. I mean, the rest of the world, one guy didn't do everything. You know, I think that for David, making the transition into big time directing was one of the things that was hard for him, was that he couldn't stir the chickens on Dune. You know, somebody else had to do it, and he learned to let go and still stay in control. But I think what David missed after a while was not being able to make the pudding that filled the drawer that you put the peas on top of for Henry Spencer to reach in and get the vaporizer out in Eraserhead. That David didn't do the pudding anymore. Somebody else did the pudding. Although I have to say, I did make the pudding on Eraserhead. Figuring out how many boxes of vanilla instant pudding it would take to fill a dresser drawer, for example, was one of the kind of challenges that I got to undertake, along with Doreen Small, who worked on the film. We were the two, we called ourselves handmaidens to genius. I'm going to make our cappuccino.
If you believe his interviews, I mean, he had the idea for the Red Room, and it was, you know, that was just an image, and he says he couldn't sleep that night. He was so excited by the image, and I think for him, it's a matter of how to get that image into the film, rather than the other way around. Most narrative filmmakers begin with a story and then try to figure out how to illustrate the story. I think he begins with an image, and the story is secondary. It's not primary at all. If you're asking the narrative question with David Lynch, or what does this mean, or what was that story about, I often say maybe that's the wrong question to ask. Maybe you should go back to the Dadaist kind of appreciation of the image as image, and ask those questions first. And it seems that it seems to me you're going to get a lot more out of Lynch if you appreciate the image and the primacy of the image.
One of the things about David is that he doesn't want to overanalyze anything, which is why he doesn't really enjoy doing extensive interviews, because something comes out of a place in his mind that's indescribable. And I don't think he likes to analyze the process. And much, I think, of the success of his work has been because he just creates something and puts it out there and doesn't analyze it. Lots of other people have, of course, but he just is.
And I think Lynch is one of those artists that really doesn't put a lot of filters between him and what he does. I think pretty much what he wants to do is what he does. He doesn't question it. He doesn't kind of censor himself. He doesn't go through a political correctness filter. He just pretty much, what he comes up with is what ends up on the screen. And I think when you're operating at that kind of vulnerable and raw, intuitive level, and all you're trying to go by is, what excites you aesthetically, there's the danger that you will repeat yourself, and that someone may tire of it. On the other hand, what is your responsibility as an artist? Is your responsibility to be worrying about, is this a repetition somehow of what I'm doing, or should I just be worried about responding artistically to the world around me?
I think one of the things I learned from him is how completely open to every moment he is. I mean, I remember a number of times where he was directing a scene in the hospital where the sheriff and Cooper were going to see Renette Polanski, who was in a coma, and Ankin came in and they were going through the dialogue in the scene, and the stool that David had asked him to sit on was really shaky. So he lifted up the stool and he was trying to, fix the stool. Well, of course, that became part of the scene. And it was wonderful to me, because I was a fairly young director at that point, to observe that, to see how life comes in and you incorporate life. And I think that's what makes David's work so alive and felt so real, is how much he's open to that.
Here's the story as I have heard it, that Frank was the prop guy on the show, and they were doing the POV of Grace Zabriskie looking at her daughter's empty room and her made bed, which indicates that she had not come home the previous night. And he calls roll, they get the shot, he said, cut. He goes, I said to the operator, how's that? And the operator said, David, come here. Nobody move. And he said, look through the camera, you can see in the corner of the mirror on the dresser, you can just see Frank leaning, hiding against a thing, sort of just the top of his head, peering behind a chair. And David saw that and just said, perfect!
I mean, that sensibility is basically saying there are no mistakes. I mean, everything is just a possible opportunity or a possible new image that I couldn't have thought up any other way.
I was at the production company one day, or someplace, the production studio, where they were cutting together. Either Twin Picks or Fire Walk with Me. Him and Mary were in there cutting. And I was just kind of wandered over by the door. I was listening in. And he was talking to Mary, and he'll play that again. And he played again. Hey, I'll bet you that's what I meant by that. Meaning that he had already shot it, and it was in the editing room. And now he was deciding what maybe he had meant by that. That's staggering. The kind of courage and belief in self that would require is it's staggering.
In David's best work, you can really see it. I think you can see the connection. You can sort of draw the line, like you're saying. even starting back with Eraserhead, even or going to a little movie like going to Elephant Man, and seeing his use, some of the visuals that he goes back to time and time again. The fire, you know, always. Insects usually at a certain point in time, and you can really. David's work is very identifiable. You know, that's David Lynch.
You watch David's stuff, and it's all, they're framed pictures. And stuff happens inside that frame. And it works beautifully for David. He can focus one's attention so well to the smallest little detail. That's his genius. He makes the ordinary extraordinary.
And if you watch it for narrative, you can almost see what's going on. I mean, he'll give you a patch of exposition or a patch of narrative or a new character or something, kind of to build it to the next step it needs to get to. And then it's almost like, okay, we've done that. Now I can do some images. Now I can do some strange stuff. Now I can do some, you know, the darkness beneath stuff. And you know, I can do that for a while, and then I'm going to need another patch of narrative or exposition. You know, and it's almost segmented in that way. You know, as if I'll do that because I know that's what I need to hang this other stuff on.
I didn't know all the places that I was going to go, and even still. You know, one of the wonderful things about working with David is that you don't, even if you have the script and you have the scene and you go, okay, this is what I'm going to do today. You get to the set and the layers, you go so much deeper even than where you think you're going to go.
Overall, there was a feeling that I had every time I went on the set that something magical was going to happen. I knew that every single time.
When you're an actor, you know who it is that you're supposed to be, and why are you doing this or that. You know, you're doing it as if this or like that because of this. We didn't know those things. I didn't know those things. What am I? Why am I doing any of these things? As a matter of fact, he took pains to make sure I didn't know. There was a time when I said to him one time, well, I tried from a lot of different angles. One time I said, no, I can't remember what I theorized, but I said, you know what? I think maybe this is what I am. And you know, as I think about it, maybe this is the reason I'm doing what I'm doing. And he turns to me and goes, no, you know, that's not it. That's not it at all. Are you ready? Action!
He can be cryptic, David, you know. But in those moments, it's like it's best just to sort of, you know, go along for the ride, you know, and have fun. I mean, that's really what David wants you to do, he sort of expects you to enjoy it, you know, and doesn't want to have to explain every little thing of what he's thinking and what's going on, because maybe sometimes he's not even sure, he just has a feeling, you know. So if you're sitting there wanting an explanation, you're not going to get it, and probably shouldn't, you know. Lets you kind of explore it and find its own way. And if you're way off base, he'll sort of bring you back a little bit, but it really wants it to come from you. He's asking you to go into the unconscious, just like he goes into the unconscious. So, I think.
And then there were other times, for example, I said to him, now, David, what's the context of this scene? I mean, how do I know where I'm going here? I mean, what happened before and what happened after? And he turns to me and goes, well, now, Mike, this scene doesn't have any context. There's nothing that happens before this scene, and there's nothing that happens after. And it made me angry a little bit, because something like, you're lying to me. You know, I'm like, you know, there's no such thing as a scene that doesn't have a context. And the strange thing is, when I saw the finished piece, there it was. It had no context. It was a disembodied scene with nothing before and nothing after. He was telling me the truth. I just couldn't quite swallow it.
I just remember him saying, Cheryl Lee, I can't do it.
Well, what did he say?
He asked me how I would feel about being wrapped in plastic and being thrown into freezing cold water. And I said, fine. That was like within the first 10 minutes of meeting him. That was great. I'd never had someone say, he said, I want to wrap you in plastic and put you in freezing cold water. That's as much as I'm going to do. And I know I'm going to get a phone call from David later.
There was a scene early on with David. Which episode was this where I eat the sandwich? The brie?
Episode 2.
Episode 2. Episode 2. And I still hadn't a real handle on the character yet. He hadn't done enough. I knew he was a wealthy guy and so forth like that, but I didn't know he was so kind of off the wall and outrageous and humorous also. And I'm sitting with my wife, my son who's got a few oars out of the water, and he's got an Indian outfit on, and my brother's just come back from Paris, and he brought these brie sandwiches. They're huge things. And we're having this very formal dinner. And at one point David said, when my brother hands me this, he says, "You got to try this. This is really delicious." And so I try it. It says in the script, Ben eats the brie sandwich and says, "Oh, this is terrific." And I munch into it, and I'm still talking to my brother. What am I saying?
While I'm eating? While you're eating. You know what this reminds us of? It reminds us of Ginny and Ginny's down by the river.
Right. Yeah. Do we have that bread in there? Yeah. That brie? May I have a piece of brie, and I'll show you what he had me do. We're having some fun now, aren't we?
David will come in and he'll sort of say, "Okay," and he'll cross his hands like this and he'll say, "Kale," because he calls me Kale, which is a nickname from a long time ago. And he'll say, "I need a wind and a little more like Elvis." I'll be, "Okay, David, no problem." So I go back and I'll translate that, tick, 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 whatever, and then, and that's how it's formed.
David says, eat the sandwich and talk. So I think I'm supposed to be this wealthy guy. I got my Armani suit on, and I'm supposed to be dignified, right? So my brother hands me this, and I take bite. That's very nice. And I continue my lines. I see. Cut. Okay. What I'd like you to do, David says, is, really bite into that and get a good mouthful. And I'm still thinking, now what's the line here between being stupid, out of character, and, and doing what he wants? So I'm kind of caught in this actor thing, So, take 2. I said, okay, so I take a bigger bite. Well, I see. Well, that's very interesting. He said, cut. No. I want you to take a really big bite. And he's kind of getting a little frosty here. And I'm not getting it, right? See, okay, here we go. So I said, okay, I'll take a bigger bite. It's out of character. Okay. And I say, okay. I go, he said, cut. No. He says, look, I want you to take a bite so big that you can't even understand what you're saying. So now we've done this more times than I've just suggested. But we're now way over, we might be up to like 9 or 10 takes, and I haven't done enough for him. And I'm feeling the characters totally off the wall. I don't know who this guy is. And I think, okay. So we do it again, and this time, I and we cut. I said, thank you very much. That's what I wanted. So, that's what happened.
I remember David telling me how to say bear claw. But he didn't tell me how to say it. He didn't give me a line reading. But it was a feeling that I had of the insult of being told that I had stuck my pitch gum under the counter, and the kind of roiling anger that the log lady was constantly sitting on because she really had no use for a lot of people because they were silly. And his way of telling me about how I wanted to order that bear claw got to some place deep in that character. I wish I could remember what it was he said, but maybe if I did remember, I wouldn't tell you.
It was always very fun working with David because you never knew really what was going to happen next.
You know, in some ways, working with David can really spoil you because you get to go to places creatively that it's just so juicy. You get to stretch and be challenged and feel excited and grow and play. It's very playful and fun, and you can get very spoiled with that.
On the surface, he's so nice looking, and he wears his khakis, and he's kind of, gee, gosh, that's great, Peg, you know, that kind of thing. But there's, yeah, I feel a part of him. I believe probably every actor who worked with him feels the same thing.
There was a time when I was riding in the car with him and Mary, and we were going down Laurel Canyon, you know, the winding thing, and some guy came up behind us and was honking, you know, and it was road and everything, and he pulled over, and he let this guy drive past us, and then he continued down the road. And I said to him, well, David, you're a nicer guy than I am. And he turned to me around and he goes, no, I'm not. I really want to destroy that fellow up there, but I just don't have time. And, you know, and then a little later, when we saw a little Lost Highway, the same thing happened. The car came up behind Mr. Eddie. And we saw what he pulled over, let the guy, and then he run up behind him. This is David vicariously doing what he had time for, you know.
If I was sending somebody to see a David Lynch film, I would tell them, fasten your seatbelts, you're in for a bumpy ride. It's going to be provocative, it's going to be disturbing, it's going to be probably violent and sexually disturbing in some ways. On the other hand, you're going to get images probably like you've never seen before that will stick with you because they are that unique and that special. I think also the combination of ingredients that I've talked about, the combination that you get with Lynch, that it's about images, that it's about the dark underside, that it's about this strangeness that is part of life that you really can't account for. And there is this kind of absurdist take on it. And also the humanism. I think, you know, at the bottom of all of this, there is some humanism attached. And I think that combination is unique in film history. And you boil it all the way down, and Twin Peaks is about an abusive father. In a way, it's showing you why Laura Palmer had to die, because she was being abused. And that becomes a very tragic tale, and it becomes a very human tale. So that's quite a package that he puts together, but it's a unique one, I think.
Oh, Diane, I almost forgot. Got to find out what kind of trees these are. They're really something.
This shot here is where the welcome sign appeared in the show. This is one of the iconic shots from the whole series. It appeared on the VHS covers, the soundtrack, which was popular as well. And this is Rennig Road in North Bend, Washington.
I understand you wanted to see the sheriff up here.
Yes, I did. Right over here.
Right now we are in Poulsbo, Washington, and this shot here is the Kiana Lodge, which is used as an exterior of the Martell home and an interior of the Great Northern on the show. The locations in the pilot were filmed here in 1989, and then there were some also filmed in 1991 or 92 when they filmed Fire Walk with Me. And the episodes, anything you see in the episodes is actually filmed in LA. Right now we are in the kitchen of the Kiana Lodge. This is used for the interior of the Martel home. This is one of the first interior shots on the show. The kitchen's been remodeled a bit. This door over here, there is a window in the pilot.
Gone fishing.
He goes out that door, and that's when he finds Laura's body. Here we are at the log where they found Laura Palmer's body wrapped in plastic. It was found by Pete Martell. Some people think that it's actually a rock. In the show, some of the close-ups make it look like it's a rock, but it's really just an old log that's been sitting there for probably 30 years now. It's been there for quite a while.
Lonesome foghorn.
The Kiana Lodge is used for wedding receptions, and that's why all these flowers are out now. When the show was filmed, it was, March, I think. The tide is different now than it is in the show because we're at high tide now, and when they filmed it, it was in the morning and it was low tide.
She's dead. Wrapped in plastic.
The smokestack is all that's left of the Packard sawmill, which in real life is used for the power plant of the Weyerhaeuser paper mill. In 2004, they tore down the taller smokestack and any of the buildings that you can see on the show, and now it's owned by the Historical Society of Snoqualmie Valley. What a lot of people don't know, though, is that just over here, the Weyerhaeuser offices were used for the sheriff's station on the show. Characters throughout the show are interrogated in this room here, and the blinds were pulled down so that shots that look out the windows, you can't see the smokestacks from the power plant.
Diane, I'm holding in my hand a small box of chocolate bunnies.
Here we are at the Salish Inn and Spa. This was used for the exterior of the Great Northern. The Snoqualmie Falls here are about 268 feet tall, which is twice the height of Niagara Falls. One of the neat effects that I mention to people when they're here is that if you stare at the water for 30 seconds and then look over to the rock face, there's this optical illusion where the rocks sort of seem like they're bending upwards. It's pretty cool.
We have solid information. The Packard sawmill is going to go belly up within a year.
We are now inside the Kiana Lodge. This is the Blue Pine Lodge of the Kiana Lodge. There's two different lodges. This room was used for two scenes with the Norwegians. The first scene was the one where all the Norwegians are eating and Benjamin Horne is trying to get the Norwegians to invest in Ghostwood. And the second scene is the one where Audrey comes in and tells the Norwegians that her friend was found dead.
She'd been murdered.
This is Ronette's Bridge. It had no official name in the pilot, so we just call it Ronette's Bridge. It used to be a railroad. It's now a nature trail. It's about half a mile from the sheriff's station and the mill, just outside North Bend.
It's changed a bit since since we filmed the pilot, but a lot of people I think still come here to visit it because it's sort of an image that's associated with Twin Peaks.
Right now we are across the street from the diner, which is now Tweed's Cafe. In the show, they just made a double R sign and they propped it up on top of the cafe square here. As you see now, the sign actually says Tweed's in the blue oval, whereas in the show it said Mar. And that was because at the time it was called the Mar Tea, and now it's owned by Kyle Tweed. So the Mar was removed and they just put in a Tweed instead.
Damn good food. Diane, if you ever get up this way, that cherry pie is worth a stop.
The location for the Roadhouse is known as the Colonial Inn, though it's closed down now. The back side of the Colonial Inn is what was actually used for the sort of front side of the Roadhouse. The tree that you'll notice off to the left here is actually just a telephone pole where a vine has grown up over it and created what looks like a tree. You can actually see the telephone pole in the pilot and I believe in Fire Walk With Me as well.
I mean, now everyone's going to think that I'm left-handed, but that's good, because my true identity will be concealed. Don't want to give too much away here.
No, no. Keep it secret. We had the phone in our hands.
Yeah, we were waiting, because remember the,
dial tone, yeah.
Yeah, that's
kind
actually
of annoying.
I was going to say that's kind of annoying. Remember, I called the number of the hotel. Okay, and we're waiting, and
and Frost was in New York.
That's right. I wonder.
You know, I went through a couple things. I went and I looked at Superman, the movie, and they
Yeah.
have the World Trade Center, and he flies around the World Trade Center, and I looked at the opening sequence of The Sopranos, and there's a big shot of the World Trade Center.
Really?
And X-Men, at the end, when they're on the Statue of Liberty, you can see the World Trade Center. A little bit, not that much. And...
Well, that's so prominent in any New York skyscraper or cityscape from the past 30 years.
Sound okay now?
So I'll pretend I will dial 555 because, of course, that's not a real number. TWIN, Twin Picks. Yeah, can I speak to Mark Frost, please? The first question is a general question about the genesis of Twin Peaks. Tell us a little bit about how you and David Lynch started crafting the series.
Well, David and I started talking about the show at the behest of our mutual agent at CAA, a fellow named Tony Krantz, who now runs Imagine Television. And I was coming off of Hill Street Blues. David and I had worked on a couple of films together. And he thought, why don't you guys come up with a TV idea? There may be some places that are amenable to something that's a little bit out of the ordinary. So we noodled that around and we ended up going into ABC. This was just before the writer's strike that took place. I believe it was 1988. We had a meeting maybe 2 or 3 days before the strike began, and with really no expectation of anything coming from it, and in fact, not really having much of an idea at that point, we just described a kind of murder mystery set loosely, or loosely set in a small town in the Pacific Northwest. And that was about all we had at that point. We said we wanted it to have the feel of a kind of 1950s lush Peyton Place style melodrama, and David made some strange motions with his hands as he described the wind, and they seemed to like that. And then the strike happened, and 6 months went by, and I think the day or two after it was settled, we got a call from ABC saying, can you guys come back? We'd really like to talk to you again about this strange idea you had. And at that point, we really started to work in earnest and had a sale when we walked out of the room.
Okay, well, people have mentioned the 50s-ish feel of the show, and of course, later when you and David did On the Air, you actually did set the show in the 50s. Did you ever consider making Twin Peaks a period piece, or was it always going to be set in the present?
No, we always felt it should be in the present, but it should have a kind of timeless feel, as small towns in America often do. Sure. That is a little bit removed from the kind of desperate search for the cutting edge that television always seems to be clinging to, and put it in a place where time has kind of stood still for a while.
Okay. Okay, well, one of the actors told us during an interview when they were in the pilot that they doubted that ABC was actually going to pick up the series. When you delivered the pilot to ABC, were you pretty confident that they would pick it up as a series?
I felt that because we'd left it open-ended, and I thought the pilot really worked, that they were at least going to want us to come back and do maybe a sequel to it, another 2-hour or something to wrap it up. The most I think we hoped for was maybe a limited series for summer or something like that. And then, that's in essence what we got. We got 7 additional hours.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Did you and Lynch have Kyle MacLachlan in mind for the Cooper role when you were writing the pilot?
We didn't. We were just going along creating the character, and then when we were done, we sat down and started thinking about actors. And Kyle's name came up, and we both instantly said, yeah, he's the guy. And he was the first piece of casting we put in place.
Wow.
Well, Cooper is a fascinating character. He's part mystic and part rational detective. Given your interest in Arthur Conan Doyle, did you envision Cooper as a modern-day Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, that's exactly what was going on in my mind. I mean, I don't know if I used those exact words, but when you come down to it, the art of the detective is pretty basic to whatever period you're in. It's ratiocination and deductive and inductive reasoning, and then a smattering, sometimes mysteriously, of intuition. Right. I think we pumped up the intuition on Cooper a little bit, more than people were used to saying, and
right.
brought in the Tibetan influence and his belief in examining his dreams and things like that. So he became a kind of Freudian, Jungian, Holmesian detective, and may have been part of the reason why people were so attracted to the character.
Yeah. Well, I mean, MacLachlan seems like he was a perfect match for that role. Did you have any other actors in mind for any of the various roles, or was it basically just open casting?
It was open casting from that point forward, and we took a lot of time with casting. We met actors for weeks, and we didn't have them read. We just had them come in and meet with us. And we just would talk to them and try to get a sense of their personalities and what they'd be like to work with. And, one by one they came together. The last person we cast was Michael Onkane. We'd had a lot of trouble finding a Sheriff Truman. Robert Forster at one point was a very strong contender.
Oh, really?
And we came very close to putting him in the show, and then he revealed that he'd made a prior commitment to a friend of his who had a pilot, and said, I'm going to really regret this because I think the show I'm going to do is terrible, and I think your show's going to work, but I got to be loyal to my friend, so we respected that. Right. And then David was away, I forget where he was, maybe scouting locations. This is like the week before we started shooting. And ABC called and said, well, we have Michael Onkane under contract for a development deal, and he loves the script. So I met with him and just thought he was right down the middle for the role. He's such a sort of straight-ahead, no-nonsense guy.
Right.
And that was it. Mike jumped on board and we were all set.
The first season contains a strong narrative and a richly developed world that demands much more of the television viewer than the average show. Did you worry that these demands would drive some of the audience away?
Well, yeah, I felt that we were telling a story that was very dense and textured and was going to need and require people to actually pay attention. It was almost as if I was trying to test what people's endurance was for the ability to hold story strands in their head. But once we started going down that direction, there was no real reason to stop, since we had the opportunity. And at least in that first season, the stories all kind of paid off. They were all pointed in the right direction.
Right.
I likened it to filming a novel page by page, where you were showing the life of a town on a kind of grassroots level and getting into the lives of upwards of, I think, of 35 to 40 people.
Right. Well, on the flip side, part of the appeal was the complexity of Twin Peaks. And I wonder, once it was established and on the air, whether it would have succeeded had it been watered down, had it been less complex.
Well, I shudder to think what TV executives today would make of it or try to do to it. We were given an unprecedented level of control, basically because that was the ground rules that we had to agree to that we wanted to agree to before we started. You said that there's only one way to do this show, is to just like take your control issues and back away, is what we told the network,
Right.
and let us see if we can make something kind of different and interesting. They were in last place. They were kind of desperate for an audience, and we just caught them on the one day when they would have said yes to an idea like this.
Well, that's interesting, because we once wrote that Twin Peaks reflected the indulgence of its creators, the willingness of Lynch and Frost to let their imaginations run free with little regard for the economic forces of network TV. Did you initially consider Twin Peaks a short-lived experiment in alternative entertainment? And on top of that, did you feel a sense of freedom in that first season?
Well, we did. The main thing that allowed us to do that is that David and I were the studio. We didn't align ourselves with one of the big, powerful television producing factories and rely on them to deficit finance our show. We made a deal with a foreign distributor to pick up the deficit on the shows, and we were our own we were our only disciplinary forces in terms of how much money we spent. So there were no creative pressures coming from a studio, and that only left the network. So, once we'd kind of crossed that hurdle with them, then we were left to do pretty much what we wanted. And from that point forward, we said, why should we deny ourselves anything creatively? Let's just go for it.
Right. Right. And I think that's evident, certainly when you watch that first season. I have a question, though, about the European ending to the pilot, which is really the only part that wasn't initially intended to air, but then it was incorporated into the dream sequence. First of all, why did you make that decision to take that material, which from what I understand was something you were contractually obligated to do for a European release, and put it into the series?
Well, we had cooked up this wrap-up ending for the pilot, as you said, for a contractual obligation to our foreign distributor, because they wanted to release the pilot as a 2-hour movie on video in Europe. So it was a pretty ridiculous thing to try to do, to wrap up a very complicated show in about 3 minutes.
Right.
And we had to do it in a sort of Deus Ex Machina fashion. But the stuff that David came up with stylistically was so cool and weird that we just felt, there's something we should try to incorporate into the show. And in it was the strand of the idea of the demon killer, Bob, which became a pretty important part of the second season. So we thought, why let 3 good minutes of film go to waste? Let's try to figure out a way to incorporate it into the main flow of the story.
Sure. But did you intend for that dream sequence, which occurs early in the first season, to drive the narrative basically for the rest of the first season? Or was that something that you were still leaving open to definition?
I'm not sure that we really saw that far ahead with it. I think we felt it would contribute and add another layer of mystery, and then we just kind of let the chips fall where they may.
Right. I have a question about that first season finale. We talked about the freedom you had in the season as a whole. Certainly, you expressed that freedom with the cliffhanger endings of that episode. It was as if you were trying to break the cliffhanger convention rule. What was your intention with the way you approached all of those incomplete cliffhangers? And there really is no resolution to the story at this point in the series.
Well, I had 2 objectives in mind when I wrote the last episode of the first season. One was create as many cliffhangers as humanly possible within a 43-minute story. on one hand, to kind of upset and play with the convention that the nighttime soap had sort of fallen into at that point. And number two, to extort ABC to bring us back for a second season so they would get the answer to all the questions and unresolved stories that we left hanging. And then it was just a question of, making that work stylistically.
Well, that's all the questions we had from here, and we appreciate the time you've been able to give to us, and we look forward to talking to you sometime soon.
Okay, we'll see you soon. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. And that's that.
You could never catch lightning in a bottle again, and yet the characters are full and rich, and it would be fun to know what happened to them.
Since the series was not renewed, Fire Walk With Me was sort of an attempt to make a little sense out of it.
The Twin Peaks was such a cult thing, and the pilot was such a huge success, that I think one of the things David felt was that maybe he can bring the people back into his little world that he has. So this was a much bigger canvas that he could tell a story on.
After the series ended, which I think felt fairly abrupt for a lot of us, David started talking to me about some creative ideas that he had for this character. And he was thinking about making a movie, and then it just kind of kept, going from there.
The relationship with David and the cast has always been wonderful, and the cast absolutely loves working with him. He brings out the best in all the actors. The moment the script was written, it was not even a question of who was going to come on it. Everybody just said yes right away.
The first pass-through started in 1956, during the Eisenhower's inaugural, and the I Love Lucy show where she's pregnant and they go to the hospital. I think that was during Eisenhower's inaugural. I think that's where the prequel was supposed to start. And Bob and Mike lived below this Formica table that he's whacking on, and this is the Formica table.
Oh, believe me, I follow. Is this color?
But as I recall, Kyle didn't want to do it initially.
I guess I felt like the story of Twin Peaks had been told, and while I really enjoyed it and reveled in it and loved that character so much that it was kind of done.
I think we were probably done with a draft. I think originally it was all Agent Cooper when Kyle said no, and that's why Chris is in part of it. Then I think there must have been a draft where it was just Chet Desmond. Then Kyle said yes. So then we had Kyle for some of it, and then we could use Chris for the rest of it. And that kind of worked out better. That was kind of cooler to have Chet Desmond.
I know that David really liked Chris. I know he liked his music very much. He just thought it would be a great thing to include him in the movie.
Hello. I'm calling you from Portland, Oregon.
I laugh out loud every time I see Desmond lower the antenna so that the communication isn't so loud. That just cracks me up. And along with what the hell was going on in that bus?
Prostitute, right? I mean, the school bus was driving prostitutes around or something, and that was the deal?
Yeah, I believe that's it, that they were riding on the bus. It was a sideline business for him or something
exactly.
like that. He was pimping out, driving kids and driving these prostitutes around, and yeah.
Script supervisor?
Corey.
I whispered in her ear, I said, doesn't it look like Chris Isaak needs a couple more agents with him? And then she whispered something to David, and then David goes, Malone, Huck, you're in the FBI. I actually broke my arm playing basketball 5 days before shooting started, playing basketball with Dana Ashbrook.
I have some souvenir Polaroid photos of that.
The first scene was when she was dead, and it was with Chris Isaak and Kiefer Sutherland. And David, so clever, he had these little inch-by-inch little pieces of very hard rubber that I put in my mouth, in my back of my teeth. So it held your mouth in this very weird position that was just incredible on camera.
That day was like, my God, the makeup just took forever, and David was just not happy with it, and it just took forever.
She's supposed to have been dead for a really long time and been left out in the wilderness, and the makeup artist worked on her for a couple hours, and David wasn't satisfied. He thought she just looked too clean and too put together.
And then he sort of just took over. I was just kind of sitting there like, yeah, this is so cool. You know, David Lynch is like doing some, you know, body makeup on me and doing a little tattoo. And it was like a strange looking angel, sort of half human-ish with wings, and it looked like it was sort of just taking off. And I remember thinking like, wow, that's so cool. David Lynch is doing a tattoo on my back, you know.
He enjoys making the films. He enjoys being on the set. And, you know, you enjoy being with him there. You enjoy every minute of it. And he's the most unpredictable of how you're going to end up a day. One of the things was that he and I were driving back from after finishing the day's work, and as we were driving by, he said, Craig, stop the car. I said, what's the matter? He said, see that woman over there? I said, yeah. I'll get her telephone number and, I said, for what? He said, don't just get it. I said, okay. So, you know, a couple of days go by, and we are shooting the scene where Harry Dean Stanton is there, and he suddenly turns around to me, and he said, you know that woman I told you to take the number off? I said, yeah. Why, she's in the next shot. I said, you must be joking. I said, no, she's not. She said, yeah, she's the next shot. This is how it's going to happen. She's going to come out, Harry's going to come from there, and she's going to say, where's my hot water?
Where's my goddamn hot water?
And then she goes away, and I need her there.
Hot water, Carl.
I want to get you some Valley.
The other thing he's always used to love doing is to work up the producers a little bit. And he would always say, what if I gave that extra a line to speak? Would that make the producers mad a little bit? Because you have to pay the extra money. I said, definitely you'll get there, go David. He said, okay, let's give him a line.
Are you talking about that little girl that got murdered?
The feature was almost shot like on the schedule of a television schedule. I think we shot pretty close to 900,000 feet of film in 40 some odd days. So that was a lot of film. And a lot of sequences were cut out of it because of that.
There was a scene in the parking lot of Hap's Diner, and as my character Irene is leaving, the two detective FBI guys come out to ask me some last-minute questions, and that was cut. And it took quite a while to shoot that because, of course, you know, they had to move all the lights outside. And there was a little joke that was supposed to happen that had to do with the song Good Night, Irene. And somehow or other, I don't think it ever worked right.
I was worried about today because of the dream I told you about.
It was an amazing scene. There's time and space where people go and come. And David Bowie was one of them, and you got to see kind of where he was transformed in time and space, but with this tremendous amount of power. Before he shows up coming through the elevator at the FBI building, it cut to him in Buenos Aires coming into this hotel lobby. And as he walked in, this musical group walked in behind him with the big bass and flamenco dancers. He goes upstairs, and then cuts back to him coming into the office, and then he starts screaming. He goes back to the hotel, and he's standing there screaming with all the electricity and the stuff that David's other world lives, and he disappears again. So that was a pretty interesting sequence cut, and made that montage that's kind of, you don't know where you are and why he's even there.
He was here, but he was not here, and that would encompass the whole earth, and wherever Bob and Mike popped out, that's where you'd go. And that's where David Bowie's character had been. And then he somehow popped up at the FBI headquarters.
Philip, is that you?
The one that still kind of fascinates me too is the Cooper and the security camera. And because I remember when David and I were working on that, we kind of both got befuddled with it. Was like we were having too much fun forgetting how this would work and how the elevator would work. Philip Jeffries is right behind him, but he's not there. You know, I think it's more a case of time running right next to each other, alternate time as opposed to time travel. So, and David Bowie just had it was just such an unusual, striking choice to have him as an FBI agent.
Cooper, meet the long-lost Philip Jeffries. You may have heard of him from the Academy.
There was a lot of sequences of events that happened in a very wide shot. We spent, I think, 10 hours getting that one master. And then he decided, well, now we'll go in and do close-ups on Anderson, doing Garmonbozia and close-up of Bob, the character, and the grandmother and the grandson on the couch. And then the guy screaming, coming out of his mouth.
I was only on the set for one day. In at 6:30 in the morning, I was in makeup. I got in front of the camera about 2 o'clock to about 9:30 that night. And I was done. It basically gave me 2 pages and said, here you go. You know, jump. So that's what I did. David told me that my character was this talisman come to life. And so that's what I went with.
When he was doing the kid on the couch, that's when he decided he needed a primate.
These are things that he would tell me a couple of days before, and have a monkey ready. Yeah, he tells you, not knowing exactly when, but basically have them ready. And I was just as amazed as the other crew members are what they're going to be used for. They asked me, what is he going to be used for? I said, I have no idea, your guess is as good as mine.
He's gone!
He was here.
But where did he go? And where is Chester Desmond?
It was almost like 2 different movies. Then all of a sudden, bam, we're in Twin Pix.
Donna!
Lara didn't ever want to do it. As I recall, we sent the script there, but she had said no before, and the script didn't do any convincing of her otherwise.
The character had to be in the story. They couldn't really tell that story without that character. To have to recast a role like that takes a lot of courage to step in, and she handled it with such grace.
David wasn't just extending the pilot. He was actually going to go into things a little deeper, reaching way down in someone's psyche of just mental things that happen in teenage brains or in adult brains.
You know, I was young. I was not super experienced. Thank God I had a director like David that I could trust so much and that created such a safety net to jump off those emotional cliffs.
My secret diary. Her page is missing.
Jennifer did the most incredible job with that book. And as an actress, to have something like that as a tool to reference to constantly was a great gift.
Fire, walk with me.
There's one moment in particular that I will always be appreciative of, and I learned so much. There was a moment in the film on the stairs where, for some reason, I could not find the truth of that moment within myself. And I was feeling like I was letting David down. And David said, let's take 20 minutes. And he went and meditated in his trailer, and I went and meditated in mine, and then we met and talked about the moment and talked about what we had discovered in our quiet time. And he and I both realized that there was something missing from the scene, and that's why I hadn't been able to find the truth in it, is because it had needed this other thing. His willingness to take the time and the care to find the truth of it together, it was an incredible discovery. I have such a unique relationship with that character because the character's dead, which is how I started playing her. But then there's flashbacks, so then I brought her to life. But then I play my cousin and have the experience of Laura dying through my cousin. You know, so, and then there's scenes that we shot that didn't get in the movie, but for me, it's almost like there's no difference. It's all the life force of that character.
There's no question that these two girls were well above their station. Buck and Tommy hit the jackpot that night. And in some ways, Laura's character was darker, but there was still an innocence about both of them, and especially Moira's character was, I think, kind of a straight shooter, and then she was being led down this dark path.
I don't remember everything that was cut. I do remember, at a certain point, remembering some scenes that were cut.
There were 3 sequences that I was in. I know that there was 2 bar sequences, and then there was a driving sequence that didn't make it into the film. Basically, we meet in the one bar, and then we're going to travel to this other bar. Maybe we needed to go get some more drugs or whatever, but I know that once we started shooting the scene, within 30 seconds we forgot that we were just sitting in a stationary car because it felt like we were going 90 miles an hour. And when they finally yelled cut and let us out of the car, I mean, we were kind of cranked up and ready to go on to the next scene, which didn't happen until a couple of nights later.
I was very nervous about the scene in the dance club, you know, because of what that scene entailed, and I was young, and it's a very vulnerable scene.
We walked in, and he had, it was like not necessarily a heavy metal band playing, but it was a real hardcore rock band on stage. And alongside of some of the members of the band, he had like 2 new dancers, and they fit the kind of the funky, you know, almost truck driver type bar that we went to. In David's film, we did the dialogue with the band playing at full blast, where we couldn't hear each other barely. We were screaming, you know, standing 2 or 3 feet apart. And when the film came out, I realized that they had subtitled part of that bar sequence. And as actors, it gave us such a realistic environment. It was almost like an acid trip. It was almost like hallucinogenic because of the music, and there was this sort of pulsating music that he had going.
I am the great wind. You know that part of the brilliance of David's writing is, even without being able to verbalize what the line means, you could just fantasize in your own mind what it means. He's the great went. It's like things aren't there for him anymore. Everything's gone. I'm already gone. I've already went. I'm the great went. You know, and I think I had that kind of a conversation with David that day, and he went, yeah, that's good. That works. That's fine, yeah. I remember saying to David, what does that mean? And he said, I don't know. What do you think it means? I think it'll mean something different to everybody. Yeah, it's a good line. It means something different to everybody. So it's really no help other than that's a guy that can say I'm blank as a fart and know what it means.
We were all on an adventure, certainly for Chris and I, who were, you know, coming in to shoot those particular scenes. That allowed us to sort of, you know, get an instant camaraderie and trust. For Cheryl, there's a dance sequence in the film where I basically disrobe her. So there was a real trust element that we needed to establish between the 2 of us, and they cleared out as much as you know they could for that particular moment. But they, you know, because we were dancing on a dance floor, we had to have some other couples around us. But once he yelled cut, I know that I would literally just kind of grab Cheryl Lee and cover her, and then the wardrobe would come in and get ready for the next shot.
I remember setting up the long tracking shot of the floor. David said he wanted a lot of cigarettes, and I remember having to go to bars in the neighborhood and handing the bartender a cup and say, hey, could you empty your ashtrays in here for a night and I'll come back tomorrow and get these? And so, yeah, I had just like cups and cups and cups of cigarettes.
The weird thing about Frank, we all knew him, we were friends with him, super nice guy, very sweet, nicest guy on earth, and then he plays like this demon. He had never acted before. It was one of those things. David just saw him and he's like, you are the guy, and that was it. He somehow knew that he could get Frank to do this part, and he's really scary. And I knew him, and it scared me.
Who are you?
There was this scene where Laura's father comes to visit her in the bedroom, and he's on top of her. So as Laura's looking at her father, you're seeing through her eyes, and you're seeing the father change back and forth between Bob and Leland. And also in the switching of that is the head of a pig. Did that end up in the movie?
I remember the pig being there in her bedroom, and this pig head, a real pig head, was on the end of a C-stand, sticking out over the bed.
I think that was one of the only times that I can ever remember telling David no to anything, because the scene had to be shot laying on the bed with Leland coming in on top, and then Bob coming in on top. And then David said, now we're going to bring the pig head in. And I said, oh, no. That's where I have to draw the line.
We spent an incredible amount of time in Jacques' cabin. He wanted to make sure that we were very comfortable in this cabin. And we just sat there mesmerized with David telling us stories, one story after another. It was story time. It was story time with David in the cabin, and it lasted a long time. He was actually started getting in trouble with Deepak.
We were preparing, and the AD came in and said, David, we're ready to go. And he said, we're working on it. We're rehearsing it. I'll let you know. And, well, we weren't rehearsing at all. He was telling us about how he was going to build this addition to his house and all this other stuff. We didn't even look at the scene. And the guy knocked on the door again and said, everybody's ready, David. We're just waiting. Yeah, we're almost done. We're just rehearsing. Don't worry. We'll be done in another 5 minutes. But I think that's the way he also prepared people, got people relaxed. But then finally he said, all right, I guess we got to do this now. We were ready.
There were several scenes that were emotionally just, very, very draining, to do them again and again and again.
When it got really deep in some of the scenes between Laura's father and her in the train, it was almost hard to do. It was so excruciating watching Cheryl Lee actually reach in those dark, deep places.
I just remember hearing it and her being so upset, and and we were just middle of the woods. I mean, just nothing around.
They would roll for a long, long time, and they would really get into it, and I think it would take Cheryl a long time to calm down afterwards. I mean, she really, really got into it. But even for us, just being there, it's really disturbing to witness.
I think she went so deep. I felt that she was just about to have a mental breakdown. She was really letting go and going deeper and deeper and deeper, and a lot of actors were concerned about it.
The killing scenes are a little rough to shoot sometimes.
I always thought you knew it was me.
I took a really good vacation after that film.
The strobe system was about the light and the change of dark to light, and it gave it a different life of its own, and David liked that.
I thought that it seemed so sad in that script. There was just no redemption for anyone. So he said, well, how about if I give you an angel?
She gets the angel and Laura doesn't. It was just like, well, there goes your angel.
There was a painting of an angel standing at a table serving some children. And we used to talk about that and how to give a sense of hope for this this character?
I know that in the case of the angel that I think I'm supposed to be, I'm a reference to that picture on the wall that Laura kind of always looked to take solace in. You know, I guess when I appear at the end, it's kind of like she's, you know, she's gonna be okay, at least in the next life or wherever she ends up, it's okay. And that she's somehow been able to transcend the chaos of the natural life.
Creatively, you know, for this young girl to go through such horrors in her life, somewhere, for me, it's sort of a sense of balancing it. That somehow there is hope, even if that hope doesn't come until after death, it is still hope. It is still light.
I think any actor who's worked with that group of actors and with David Lynch as a director would walk over hot coals to work with him at any opportunity.
He's an artist first, and film is just a medium that he dabbles in. But as a performance artist and as an artist and a painter, he can actually use the mechanics of film to put you in a place that you haven't been before in experience of a film language and make you wonder.
I have a PhD in dramatic theory and criticism, and the one thing it taught me is that there's no such thing as an unbiased critic. You know, reviews are something that someone else puts on it. You can't please all of the people any of the time.
I don't read reviews. I obviously hear what other people say, and I know they were negative. And now they're saying it's a really great film. So maybe they just weren't evolved enough to get it.
I was mostly very unhappy knowing how it must be affecting David. I mean, he's a trooper, and I knew he would survive it, but it was mainly just feeling, oh, this is going to be hard.
Sometimes, you know, we want to make logical sense out of it. But David always used to say, well, but life doesn't make logical sense all the time. And I loved that. It's so true. So why do we expect art to?
People have gone back and reviewed and watched that Twin Peaks Fire Walk with me again. And I think at that time, it was sort of more of a backlash to the Twin Peaks phenomena than anything else, because I think the movie stands by itself as a wonderful film.
He was too ahead of his time when the movie was made and when it came out. For some reason, people, I don't think, really got the movie. A lot of people have said it when they first saw it, they didn't really get it. It didn't strike anything in them. Second time seeing it, they thought it was brilliant.
My opinion is that you have to see it 4 times before you get its greatness.
You know, I think that's the beauty of David, is that he doesn't give you what you expect. And so, you have a choice. You can love it or you can hate it.
He made the film he wanted to make, I hope. And I liked it. And I think a lot of people did too.
I felt so incredibly grateful by this group of people, this cast and crew, because it was such a risk for me, and it felt very intimidating and very scary at times. But I trusted David, and I trusted the people that I was working with. And I couldn't have done it without every single person there.
We were filming out at that little hotel, and there was the kid with the mask with the long nose jumping around. And he goes, "You gotta go find a stick or something, Malone." Whatever the kid was carrying when he's hopping around doing his little thing at the hotel outside. I found that stick in the field next to the thing, and David was happy. Thank you very much. Small victories.
Master's theses have been written about that stick.
Exactly.
Twin Peaks is TV unlike any other TV. It's art. It deals with life and death and love and the simple pleasures of eating pie and smelling trees and listening to the wind.
In the pilot, they walk into the bank to get the safety deposit box, and there's a moose head on the table. And that's when I fell in love with the series.
Twin Peaks never insulted your intelligence. It let your mind open up to go, well, it could be this, and maybe, and you didn't know what direction. I always thought that was the coolest thing about the show.
People really kind of equate a fan festival to something like a sci-fi convention or Star Trek convention, you know, something of that nature. This is something very different.
You're driving through the town, you see the filming locations like the what's now Tweed's Cafe, that was the Double R, and you're like, oh my God, that's so cool. But then you're driving up to the building where the sign-in is located, and you're like, this could either be really awesome or really like weird. And I was like, had this nervous laughter as I was walking in with my friend, because you don't know what to expect.
During a typical Twin Peaks festival, the celebrities are usually there throughout the weekend at as many events as we can get them to. So the fans have plenty of opportunities to meet the celebrities, chat with them, get autographs, pictures, and get questions answered.
We are co-organizers for the Twin Peaks Festival.
Hello!
My favorite part is watching the fans, because you get new people every year and you see the enthusiasm.
First-time attendees, their favorite part is the celebrities and getting to see some of the people that were on the show. But after you've come enough times, it really becomes just the people.
I'm Bill Cole. This is my wife, Rebecca Cole. And we're here because we're huge Twin Peaks fans and we're on our honeymoon.
This is my 12th festival. I was here for the first fan festival in 1993 and only missed 2 since they started, 97 and 98.
I went to my first one in 1997 when the dwarf was dancing here. But the dwarf hasn't been here for a few years. The dwarf really scared a few people, especially girls.
This is my 3rd time at the festival, and I brought him for his first time.
She talked me into coming.
It's his 30th birthday, so I bought him tickets.
She bought me tickets for my 30th birthday. 30th.
It's a lot like this alternate reality rubbing against with the real reality, and it's the closest thing you can get to entering a fantasy world.
There's a very certain person, I think, that gets into this and really enjoys it.
The moment that sold me on Twin Peaks was involving the original Red Room sequence. I saw that as a method used to give out clues for the show. And I just thought, my God, this is genius. And I was watching it with my father, who is at the time in his mid-50s and an old-fashioned conservative gentleman from the South. And he's watching it and he's just like, that's weird.
I'm from a town very similar to, you know, it's, I don't know, population 6,000 probably. So small town, you know, the same types of people, quirky, you know, people without teeth and such.
Throughout my teenage years and my adult life, you know, I've always been a little bit different.
I got into the series when I was 13 years old. I found The Secret Diary, and I think any young girl who's going through finding herself sexually, going through drugs and experimentation will identify with Laura Palmer, and she's my favorite.
I have my screensaver slideshow, and people are always asking me, why is there a dead girl on your computer?
It's kind of unique, you know, having people, you know, who love the show that was on 15 years ago, you know, 16 years ago, that are still into it, very into theories, just, you know, even just quoting lines with you.
There's a fish in the percolator.
There's a fish in the percolator.
I'm bad when it comes to remembering lines and stuff like that.
Just thinking about
how you could accidentally get a fish in your percolator. Just that's yeah, I find that truly hilarious.
Okay, let's go. Over here to my right is the Snoqualmie Valley Railroad Museum. Right now we're going to the Fall City Grill. You can hear like this crackling of the neon sign. This is the location of Moe's motor. The one-armed man turns around and then comes and is sitting beside the Palmer vehicle. Big Ed's Gas Farms changed hands like 6 different times and it looks completely different. It was a kite store. It was a place called Butchie's. It was a church. And it currently is some sort of granite store. They sell granite, I guess. Locals jump off this bridge. Oh my God. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Is this one turned on? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. So that's the tour. Thanks.
Thank you.
We try and throw in a few little changes every so often if we can.
Kind of stir things up.
The first day is usually the sign-in and then the film night. And then Saturday is bus tours, hikes down to the falls, and the Twin Peaks Town Hall.
I'm Pat Coakwell, and I owned the Marquee Cafe when they were filming Twin Peaks, and for 8 years afterwards. And so I got to see all the stars and the Twin Peaks fans, and David Lynch was just as pleasant as he can be. I have pictures of him sitting in the booth and me standing there with my hand on the booth talking to him. But I never knew that they were putting the pies and the coffee in the series. They would send over from the office, which was across the street, and have pies delivered. Most often it was the peanut butter cream. And, you know, they didn't order cherry to go over there that I remember at all.
Saturday night is the big dinner with the celebs, and the Q&A is there, and a bunch of stuff happens there. I think we're going to start the Q&A, is that correct? Cool. So if we could ask Jan and Kimmy and Phoebe to come up. Do you guys have any interesting stories, we can just go down the line, about your interview process when you were, not interviewing, auditioning for Twin Peaks?
I don't know how I feel about this, telling this, but because it kind of makes me seem prudish maybe, but after I read and Cheryl Lee read, they came to both of us. We were standing side by side, and they said, well, we have a decision to make. We have 2 girls and we have 2 parts, and we need to know if either one of you have a problem with nudity. And I was really young and had not dated very much or anything, was just newly married, and I said, I think I might have a problem with nudity. And Cheryl Lee said, I have absolutely no problem with nudity.
What made you decide to participate in these fests, either in the past or even this year?
Well, the first time I agreed to come up here was because the people who asked me, I was so impressed with how sweet they were. Just good people, and I could tell. And so who could say no to that? And then I said I would come back because I enjoyed the company.
It's fun.
Yeah.
And it's an incredible learning experience because you're reliving something where you were a totally different person. You know, we thought it was really a really cool show to be on, and we felt really grateful because you don't get those kind of breaks in this business unless you screw somebody a lot. And your last name is Douglas or something.
It's just amazing how much people have affinity towards the series and the creativity of it. And so it's always wonderful to be identified with that, and people ask you questions about it. So that's where I keep coming back.
We do have a costume contest that the fans get really involved in. It's fantastic.
This is our first year coming to the fest, so we thought we'd go, you know, Dale, Laura, whatever, whatnot, and then we'd just go super obscure the next year. We're either going to go as Dr. Jacoby's coconut, or I was thinking also of the seamstress when Audrey is in the
she's like a weird
at
little
One-Eyed
gnome.
Jocks.
Like some
She
kind
has the hunchback and she's like wearing a potato sack and she's very, you know, very Disney character. So I thought I could identify with that.
Name, location, and character.
Chris Matthews, Seattle, Washington. Party time, Leo Johnson.
There's always a Laura wrapped in plastic. That's a popular costume.
Outfit at the costume contest was the lingerie that Laura Palmer was wearing when she was killed. It was a little nerve-wracking walking around in my underwear, but yeah, I had a good time.
I was Madeline Ferguson, Laura's cousin, in her death scene. The 2 weeks before I came here, I wanted to be in the mood, so I rewatched the whole series. And that scene came on, and I was like, that's it.
Third place is our death scene girl. And second place is number 5.
I figured he'd make a perfect Andy because he's kind of quirky and clumsy, you know, and had the same hair.
Number 1 is just because when I walked in, I thought somebody was visiting here. Number 4.
I came as Agent Dale Cooper. Well, for a couple of the reasons. The biggest one is that just an accident of birth, I guess you could call it. I look fairly similar to him. Vanessa said there's a lot of similarities between my personality and just who I am in real life, and
But,
some
like,
of the
you're married to Agent Cooper,
some of the
says no.
characterizations
I'm married
of
to the real
Agent
deal.
Cooper on the
He'd
TV
never
series.
seen the show. He'd go around and blow on a duck call and not understand why I laughed. I just couldn't stand it. I'm like, you gotta watch it. You'll get it. I felt the people who won really worked for it.
They did work for it.
Except for that Maddie character.
Okay, this is the trivia game. Is everybody who is not sitting in that area sure that they don't want to be in the trivia game? The prize is a free ticket to next year's festival. Your question is, what type of table is at the convenience store?
Formica.
Is that Formica?
Formica.
Is that judges?
Yes. Formica.
The judges?
That's how I talk!
A pond.
Orchids.
What's the title of it?
Ute, Montana.
Exactly right. Oh, Cooper does have white eyes, that's correct. So you're right. Mary, you just won a free ticket to next year's
I won the trivia contest, which was totally an amazement because those guys were good. And I guess they win like every year, and out of the blue, I came and won. So that was very, very exciting to me.
14 years of festival, it's never rained on this day. But oh well.
I bet it won't last for more than 10 minutes.
We'll see. We still have the Tibetan rock toss contest to do, the cherry stem tying contest to do. There's the rain. This is the first time it's rained in the festival, but the picnic's going well. Cherry pie, apple pie. Everyone loves the cherry as usual.
Let's dispense with the cherries. Oh, go ahead. You can pass them down. Do not put the stem in your mouth at this time. Just go ahead and dispose of your cherry. On the command of go, pop the stem in your mouth. The first person that ties it or not is the winner. Mark, get set, go. And they're off. Coming in third lane, coming in number 5. Number 5, they're coming in number 3. I'm sorry. Oh! And Rachel is the winner! Proof is in the pudding. How are you still single?
I have the gap, so I can hold it. Horrible, terrible gap.
I think Robin has acquired enough rocks. Woo! I got a woohoo. I think we're good. Tibetan rock throw.
We're cheating. We're doing halfway. According to the show, it's 60 paces. Well, I counted 30 and it seemed far enough. I am wearing the oven mitts. Here's usually how this goes. You say a name that you want to dedicate your rock to. Ronette Pulaski. Too bad she's not here anymore. Oh, wow. Johnny Horn. Churros. Long story. Oh. You hit it! Let's make a note. Okay, let's move 5 paces closer because we're on round 2. The log. Waldo the bird.
It's like a family reunion, really, is what it is every year, and that's my favorite part. Not any specific events, but just hanging out with people that you've met over the years.
My very first night here in Washington, made friends that I'm friends with to today.
My best friends are from here, and we stay in touch online, and yeah, we always have a good time together. I have a lot in common.
Well, you find just this great group of people who come together with so many different backgrounds and just meld.
There's this camaraderie, and that is what draws you in. And then once you experience it, people keep coming back year after year.
As long as fans are interested, the festival will continue.
There's other places I'd like to go, but every year I end up saving all my money to come here.
I did spend my government scholarship money to come here, which was cool, and I skipped one of my best friend's weddings yesterday, which I didn't call or let them know, but if this goes on the DVD, Justin and Michelle, I hope you had a great wedding, and I'm sorry.
I said to Eric, can we go, please, please, please? And he's like, okay, let's go.
So here we are.
Here we are. First fest, first plane ride, first everything.
We take small vacations and things, but this is the first big one.
We've been married almost 9 years and never really taken a trip. So this is a big deal. It's a really big deal for many reasons.
And it's been a lot of fun.
Just a blast. Just a blast.
For the two of us, this is the best honeymoon we could have ever had. I mean, this is our honeymoon.
Everything that I got into Twin Peaks for and what I thought I would find by coming to the real Twin Peaks turned out to be true.
I loved, eating cherry pie and, whatever, and just hanging out with people and meeting people that, I could be really good friends with these people if we lived by each other, I think.
This is what I refer to as my Mecca. This is the pilgrimage I take every year, my 3 days of complete relaxation and get away from it all.
There's definitely something there that keeps people coming back, that's of value, and it's so important to perpetuate something that deserves to go on.
Cooper just has this look of, I can't even explain it, but, oh, sorry. And it's just really, really, it's just funny because the way those two look at each other.
You want to redo that?
I am just on the verge of solving the mystery of the egg.
Security guards might come up, just ignore them.
We've been partying here. This is a
It's
party.
an open bar.
We came here to party, and it's an open bar. We're not responsible for what we're saying. We just signed our lives away, so.
I'm going to publish it in a film very shortly. My film will come out shortly. It's going to be called The Egg.
Oh, Yeri. Eva, baby, I swear to you, she means nothing to me.
Then how does she know the name of your boat?
She's a yachting enthusiast. She's a nut about water sports. See? She's crazy.
Sorry, but I can't get over it. I mean, he just stands like that all day. I've never seen anything like it.
Dr. Jacoby, how old is Johnny Horn?
Well, he's 27, going on 6. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
You've been treating him for how long?
Treating him? Treating him. Well, with Johnny, it's not exactly a question of treating him.
I understand Laura Palmer was his tutor.
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Yeah, those were the days that I'd come to see Johnny and his mother. Laura was Johnny's favorite. And you know, he knew which day it was, too. He'd stand outside of the door for hours just waiting for her.
Johnny get out much?
Sure. After schoolwork. Yeah, Laura used to bring him out here on the grounds to hunt for these little buffalo that I made for him. Hey, some days, some afternoons, he'd bag the whole limit.
Was Laura here on Wednesday afternoon?
Sure, sure. In fact, I sat in with him. She read him a story.
What story was that?
Now, isn't that interesting? It was Sleeping Beauty. Ha! Well, Johnny usually prefers Peter Pan.
I understand Laura Palmer was a patient of yours as well.
Yes, but of course, all of that information dwells in the land of client confidentiality. Hold it. Hold it. Look at that. Hey, come on. Johnny loves that trick. Thinks we found over $100 back there.
Two boxes of chocolate creams with jimmies, a box of maple bear claws, and 1 raspberry swizzle twist. Oh, and 2 boxes of jelly donuts. I'm ordering extra jelly donuts because they're Agent Cooper's favorite. You know my aunt I told you about, the one with the raccoons? She liked jelly donuts. They were her favorite. But she doesn't remind me at all of Agent Cooper. Her son, though, does.
And 1 plum frappe turnover.
Let me handle this, Mrs. Horn.
Johnny, stop it! This is...
Listen, Laura's not coming back, Johnny. Do you hear what I'm saying?
You stay out of it! Stay out of it! You're hurting your mother!
It's all right, Johnny.
No, it's not all right. I can't take this anymore. Johnny, stop it! Leave him alone, Mother!
I'm here, Johnny. I'm here.
God, you never left him. That's why he's like this.
You little bitch. You think it's me? It's all your fault he's like this.
What are you talking about?
Johnny was fine. You pushed him down the stairs.
It was Thanksgiving morning and we were getting ready to go. Johnny was 9 and you came running up and you pushed him and he fell all the way down the stairs and hit his head. It's all your fault.
Padre. Sylvia, you've got to go after her. You've got to speak to your daughter.
I can't. I won't.
But what you said to her is just not true. Johnny's condition is not the result of a fall. His faculties are completely intact. He's chosen to be a child.
Why?
Well, he made this choice in order to escape some early emotional trauma. And if we can unearth his secret, maybe, just maybe, we can bring Johnny back to us again.
Just stop it, okay?
What is the big secret?
There is no big secret.
So why can't you tell me?
There's nothing to
Donna
tell.
Hayward,
Yeah.
Agent Dale Cooper. You and I are going to have a little talk about a picnic.
You know, I've seen these in pictures, but this is an actual gazebo right here in your city square. This is beautiful.
You bet.
You know, I'm from Philadelphia. And a thing like...
Cooper, you're gonna make us late for that meeting.
This is a bear carved from Douglas fir.
Yes, it is.
Take, for instance, these hedges.
Cooper.
These are very meticulously made.
Cooper, old buddy.
Sheriff, can you recommend to me a good, inexpensive hotel or motel? Now, it doesn't have to be fancy, and I mean that.
I can get you a good rate up at the Great Northern.
Because it's my guess I'm going to be here for quite some time. And you know these motels? They promise a good rate, and you get there and it's a whole different story. Now, all I need is a bed, a bathroom, a telephone, and sometimes a television in the unlikely event that one day I'll get a chance to knock off early.
I can get you a good rate up at the Great Northern.
Sold.
I'll have Lucy make the arrangements.
I'm already working on the arrangements, Sheriff.
Lucy.
Thanks a lot, Lucy. I'll get my gear together.
You're welcome.
Diane, it's 12:28 a.m. Looks like I'll be staying locally at a place called the Great Northern Hotel. The sheriff's got me a rate.
Sheriff, a short while ago I got a call from Mrs. Packard up at the lodge. A possible prowler.
Probably just raccoons in the garbage again, but I'll take it. Tell them I'm on my way.
It's probably just raccoons in the garbage again. You know, those raccoons remind me of my
Shelly, I realize I haven't been paying the right kind of attention to you lately. But when I saw you kissing that old guy, something snapped. It's like I realized what I had or something, you know? And I just want you to know that I'm gonna dedicate my time to that.
Sounds great, Bobby.
Okay. Let's try and get through the rest of this, and then we can discuss it together.
Okay. Yes, I believe there are so many beautiful things in the world that should be admired and be thankful for. For example, Detroit automakers reported a record year of sales for sports cars. Bobby?
What is it? No.
Well, for one thing, there isn't anything in the speech about ecology or forests.
You know, I don't know where I could squeeze it in. The speech is so damn tight as it is.
Bobby, it's supposed to be about that.
Were you afraid, Punky?
I was on the stage at the Roadhouse, and all the lights went out. And I kept thinking, the lights are going out, the lights are going out. And then they did. And I kept thinking, it's so dark. What about hand signals? What good would they do us now? And the baby? What if the lights went out in the hospital and we were in the elevator?
Then I'd help you have that baby right there in the elevator in front of God and everybody.
I love you.
It was a nap, Lucy.
What?
I figured out that the puzzle was a map, not a puzzle. I solved the puzzle.
How?
Suddenly I saw all the pieces come together. It was sort of like that old game show, Concentration.
Car still. Many people ask me, Little Mike, how would I speak if I were in the Red Room? You've got to learn to speak like the voices in David Lynch's head. For example, let's rock might be pronounced K-A-R-S-T-L. Carstel. Let's rock. Carstel. That gum you like is going to come back in style. That have gum mug. So to say the whole phrase, you begin at the last word, and you say, Yats nikab, makut niwagzi, kyal ui mugtav. That gum you like is going to come back in style. Liat nikab, makut niwagzi, kyal ui mugtav. And now, let's try a more complicated example. She's my cousin, but doesn't she look almost exactly like Laura Palmer? Well, once again, we discover the phonemes involved. She's my zish. And once again, we begin the phrase with the last word. Laparal. Kyal ilt kazga, twam lakol, ishten zadtab, nizak yam zish. She's my cousin, but doesn't she look almost exactly like Laura Palmer? Now, when you're doing a whole long phrase, don't worry about the inflections within the phrase, because in the Red Room, that doesn't matter. However, I have noticed that when you are asking a question, it does help if you begin on a high note, saying, roll, so that when it's reversed, it says, Laura Palmer? So remember, if you want to talk in the Red Room, discover the phonemes and say them in reverse. Carstel.
Hey, I'm Kate with Showtime, and we are here live in Pasadena with Kyle MacLachlan from Twin Picks.
Hey, Kate, how are you? Hi, everybody. Nice to see you. Well, I can't see you, but you can see me, so let's go.
Let's jump right in. So what is your favorite memory from the original production of Twin Picks?
There's a number of things that I remember that I loved about the original production. There was a couple of scenes in the car with Michael Onkeen and Donuts, and for some reason something struck us as funny, and we started laughing, and it became uncontrollable. And David was he was fine in the beginning, and then over the speaker he said, "All right, you two, come on, get it together." That was great. There was another time when we were in the hospital sequence, and this was part of the inventiveness of David Lynch, and we got into the hospital room, and the lights, for whatever reason, were flickering, and David Lynch decided actually to make it part of the scene. So the neon flicking of the lights was an accident that then found its way into the series, as was the gentleman who played he was I don't know exactly what his position was, but he brought us into the room to show us the body, and he misunderstood a question the first time about his name or about something, and he said he responded with Jim, and David wanted him to actually keep that in the scene as well. So a lot of happy accidents they're always sort of fun to discover.
I actually remember the flickering lights. I remember wondering about that choice.
Yeah, it was just part of they couldn't fix it, so we just decided to make it part of the scene. So.
That is awesome. And then did you take any souvenirs from the original production?
Did I take any souvenirs? I don't think that I did. You know, I was thinking back on this because I had a friend over, and I have a couple of things from Dune, which was the first film I did, and the first thing with David. And I remember I got like the ring and one of the knives, but I was going, man, I could have had like one of the still suits. I should have taken all this stuff. But for Peaks, I don't think I took anything. Oh, you know what? I think I have the badge. Yeah, so I've got the badge.
That's a good one.
The original badge, yeah.
Certainly a good one to keep.
Usually something just small and something you can smuggle out before they know what's happening. So.
And did you have a favorite scene that didn't feature Coop?
In the original?
In the original, yes.
Yeah, you know, it's the first thing that jumps to mind is the very last scene of the pilot. I don't know if you remember, but it's there's kind of this weird. Yeah, I can get goose. The hair on the back of my neck stands up even now. But the Grace Zabriskie sort of screams, and there's a gloved hand that reaches into this mound of dirt and picks up this little chain, you know. And for some reason, it was just so unexpected that I like almost jumped out of my chair, and the hair on the back of my neck, as it's doing now, went up, and I was like, oh my gosh, that was just shocking somehow. And it was just a sequence of things, and somehow it made me. It just really surprised me. So
it
that
really
was
stuck with you. That's crazy.
Yes, it really did.
And what has it been like seeing Twin Peaks' influence throughout the past 25 years?
Well, you know, the first thing that comes to mind is I've had a kind of a wonderful career based upon, I think, that character and many directors and producers' responses to it. So the interest in me, I think, has been absolutely supported by the work I did in Twin Peaks. So the work I did in Desperate Housewives and that, Sex and the City, those kind of things, those jobs came about because of Twin Peaks, really, and the influence of that show. So on my career, it certainly had a tremendous impact. As you know, obviously, as well as in the world and people's response to it, and the idea of damn fine cherry pie and coffee and the owls and all the characters and everything are so specific, and those remain. So.
And how has David changed, if at all, in the past 25 years, as a person, as a director?
David is pretty much the same. You know, I think. I feel that, and I've said this as a director, I mean, he's always been a brilliant director, but somehow there's, there's I don't know, centeredness. I mean, he always was centered, but there's a depth and a simplicity and kind of an understanding, even deeper than it was before. And I think it just comes with age and experience, and it's a sure hand behind the camera that was always there. It's not to say that it wasn't there, but somehow it's just grown deeper and more profound. That's what I felt going back and working with him after 25 years of absence.
And how did you learn that you'd be returning to Twin Peaks?
It was kind of a, funny story. David called me up and he said he had something that he wanted to tell me, and he'd never done that before. And so but he said, I can't tell you over the phone. And I was like, okay. So I figured it was work-related somehow, or health-related. I hope it wasn't that. Anyway, so it was work-related. And so we met in New York, and he just said that he had been working with Mark, and what were my thoughts about returning to Twin Peaks and the role of Dale Cooper. And I said, I have no thought. I only have the desire to do it, So it was I was 100% committed from the very beginning.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And this is a sort of fan question, but
Yes.
if the owls are not what they seem, what are they then?
Just a mystery, mysterious elements. I can't really go into detail, or I'll give it all away. I'll be very sad.
And then our last question for fun, what is your favorite kind of pie?
My favorite kind of pie. Well, I know I sort of came out with sort of said cherry pie is not really my favorite pie. I do actually like cherry pie, but if I were to choose a favorite pie, it would have to be either an apple pie, only because I'm from Yakima, which is big apple producers, and my dad made tremendous apple pie, or key lime pie, which is kind of interesting because my wife is from Miami, and then key lime pie, it's a big deal down there. But cherry pie is still good. It works, especially with the coffee. Yeah, It's the combination of the sweet, sour, and the bitter of the coffee, and I'm all about those kind of combinations. So.
That's awesome. Well,
Thanks.
thank you so much for sitting with us today. I really appreciate it, and we're all
pleasure.
looking forward to Twin Peaks.
Thank you, and thanks for everyone for watching.
Hey, I'm Kate from Showtime, and we are behind the scenes in Pasadena with Kimmy Robertson from Twin Peaks. Yay! So we're going to jump in. What was your favorite memory from the original Twin Peaks?
My favorite memory? Well, I think the one that, it's kind of obvious, but the whole telephone thing, describing the phone thing, that's my first favorite memory. I have a lot after that, but that's my first, probably the longest I've ever spoken on any television show or movie up to that point.
I think that was the first time we saw Lucy, too.
Yes.
Which was amazing.
Yeah, plus you could tell she was a busybody, sort of.
Yeah. Did you take any souvenirs from the original production?
No. Oh, well, I didn't take them, but they gave me some earrings, some Lucy earrings back then.
Were those like the fuzzy or?
No, these were a leaf and another leaf and a heart.
And what was your favorite scene from the original show that didn't feature Lucy?
Anytime in the two? Well, probably the drapes. Anything to do with motorcycles. I switched from drapes, that's second. Anything to do with the Harleys, or the motorcycles.
Those were the best.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say Harley.
Yeah.
So if I'm not, I take it back.
And when did you learn you were going to be returning to Twin Peaks?
Maybe 2.5 years ago. I was in bed because I was sick. I could have been depressed. But then I wasn't depressed anymore ever again. Ever.
After that, and did David call you, or how did you find out?
Sabrina called me, and then David called me. So Sabrina called me and warned me, and because we're friends, because we have the same birthday. Except I'm way younger than her.
If she's watching, I'm sure she loves that.
No, but then, yeah, David called.
And has he changed at all in the past 25 years as an artist or a director?
He's just gotten handsomer. Sorry, I'm acting flippant. I'm just in a really good mood.
How could you not be? We're all so excited about the return.
Giggling.
And what is it like to come back and work for David again?
It's a dream come true. It's a miracle. It's heavenly. It's the funnest thing ever. And you wish everybody could be like him. It would make life so much easier. We should vote for him for president.
If only.
Wouldn't that be a good idea?
David Lynch for president, I'm saying
in 4 years,
2020.
we got time.
We do. Start his campaign, you can
I'll
run
start
it.
working on his signs. And they're all gonna be glittery.
That doesn't surprise me at all. And so for our last question, because I know you have a lot to do today for the rest of the day, what is your favorite kind of pie?
Apple, Dutch apple, with the crumble on the top.
No hesitation at all.
Nope, and I like it to be a little not formed all the way, so you have to use a spoon to get the vanilla ice cream that's melted and the sugar and butter and cinnamon, and then 1 piece of apple. And then you put it in your mouth.
Oh, that makes me so hungry. Well, thank you so much for sitting down with us today. We're all really excited about Twin Peaks.
My pleasure. Yay!
Hey Facebook, I'm Kate from Showtime, and we are here live in Pasadena with Machen Amick from Twin Peaks. Woo! Thank you so much for sitting down with me. I really appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks for giving up your good side.
I did. I gave up my good side for the hair. It was a struggle, but for Machen, I'll do it. So what was your favorite memory from the original Twin Peaks production?
Oh gosh, I have so many, but probably the first day of filming with Dana Ashbrook, Shelley and Bobby in the car, drinking out of the flask. And because we were actually driving in the car, David Lynch laid down on the floor of the car to direct us. So he was just laying down at our feet, laying there, looking up and then giving us really great direction. And I knew at that point that I was about to take a really wild ride.
That seems very David Lynch. That
Very,
adds so
very
much
David
to the
Lynch.
scene
Yeah.
now, too. Did you take any souvenirs from the original production?
I did. There was a big vintage Coca-Cola sign, a big round one, and I believe it was in the diner. And I remember I just kept always talking about how much I loved it. And when we wrapped, David, told the set designer, take down that sign and give it to Madgekin.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, and I still have it. I always find a place in whatever home I'm living in to hang it somewhere special.
That's great. Yeah. And what was your favorite scene that you were not in from the original Twin Peaks?
Just recently when David re-released a lot of the missing footage, missing pieces, I know this isn't of the original series, but I was so blown away by Shirley's performance and the scenes that didn't make it in the show. I was just so blown away at how good she is and how raw she was, and so probably some of those really iconic Laura Palmer scenes are my favorite.
That's great. And how has David changed, if at all, in the past 25 years?
Not one molecule has changed. At the same time, we've all gotten a little bit older, just a tiny bit. But he just, when I was able to slip back in to filming and back into that environment, coming back to it 25 years later, I came with a different perspective this time because I've sort of gone off into the real world and and worked on so many different projects, and to come back and see the kindness that he creates to every single person on that set, every tiny detail of somebody working, he completely appreciates and gives them their time. So he hasn't changed in that way. It's completely the same. It's beautiful.
That's great. He sounds incredible to work with.
He is, yeah.
And what has it been like for you seeing the influence of Twin Peaks on pop culture in the past 25 years?
Really surreal. And I remember when it first came out, My impression when I read the script and I knew that David Lynch was doing a series, I was new. I was 16. I hadn't worked in the business. I didn't know much. But I did know of David's work enough to know that, wow, that's going to be something different. It's going to stand out, and it may completely fail or it may be a huge success. But to see that it actually became a success at the time was surreal and really intense. And then just to see over the years how it's held its own little underground culture has been fascinating to watch, and that there seems to be a growing appreciation for it as the years go on, which is really, I'm happy for that, because I think Twin Peaks itself deserves it, and absolutely David Lynch deserves it.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's been amazing. And when did you learn, and how did you learn that you'd be returning to Twin Peaks?
I learned by waking up that morning when it was announced to a slew of text messages. And the first one I opened was from Dana Ashbrook, and it just simply said, "Is this true?" And then I went through a few others. Matchkin, is this true? Is this true? And I was like, why are they asking me? I don't know. And then I, immediately emailed David and said, David, what's going on? And he just simply wrote back, "I'll see you very soon in the beautiful world of Twin Peaks." And I was like, oh my gosh. So that's how I learned along with everybody else.
Wow, I just got chills.
I know.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And then our last question is fan favorite. What is your favorite kind of pie?
Well, I have to say cherry, right? But no. My favorite kind of pie is my husband's homemade egg custard pie that he makes definitely every year. He always tries to get out of it, but my kids and I always make him make it for either Thanksgiving or Christmas or both. That's my favorite.
It's amazing. Egg custard. I've never heard of that before.
You haven't had it?
No.
Do you eat flan? Yeah, so imagine that, but in a pie.
That sounds amazing.
It's really good.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sitting down with us again. We're all very excited for Twin Peaks.
Me too. Thanks.